Hey everybody, it's CCI9X. Welcome back to more Silver Containment Zone. Last time let me hold on. Let me do some YouTube stuff. We started playing the game, literally and figuratively. I have not played this game before, and off screen I got two new characters, more like skins, but they're characters in the sense that they're different. We'll go talk to them later. However, I wanted to try because well, when I was not streaming, got some of these bits, and I want to see what happens on analysis. So it's probably nothing special, but I don't know. Okay. Well, for yours, we'll probably go and get some polls that are on. I'm not quite sure if we will. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. It's probably like a more efficient pattern, but yeah, we don't have like an elbow shape just yet. So yeah. Let's go and visit the new characters, but as usual, grab a strap, what was I saying? Grab a snack, grab a drink, a daily water. Right now I have milk tea, which you gotta have some once in a while. Sugary drinks are not good for you, but once in a while you gotta have some. Acacia, we picked her up in the story quest, but we've been dealing with the event last stream for most of the stream. So let's talk to her.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah, I switched to English voiceovers just to see like if it's good. If it's good, we'll stick to it. If it's not, then we'll go to Chinese or Japanese. Let's see. Did you stay up late testing again? I was gonna say there's no voices. Even though I wanted to switch the voice. Stayed up late, but not for testing. What kept you up then? I was anonymously discussing the game with players. You didn't spend the whole night arguing with them, did you? Quite the opposite. It was a very friendly discussion. That's new. Devs are players. We're all just game lovers. As long as the discussion is meaningful and the suggestions are rational, why would I argue with anyone? Seems you've mellowed out since that flame war over the last beta. How was that a flame war? You don't think it was? Back when I was conquering all the forums, those kids were still in Pampers. So who was you who started it? What? Pampers really dates the reference. What are you implying? Nothing, don't overthink it. Keep up the good work, see you later. So she's a gamer. Probably a redditor. If I think some people sees that word as a slur, but I don't know.
I'm free now.
Life? Oh, we get some gift. Okay, don't care. Guess the rest don't have conversations then. Okay. Let's head back. Exit or return? Exit. Okay, so off screen. Operated. Off screen, I got Coronet Fenny. You can get her for free. There's like a selection of like 5 or 6 characters. Apparently she is the best one. And also I picked up Pulse Nita from the event. And also very sus. From the event, you can also get this 5-star limited weapon Timeless Rhythm, where it buffs health and skill damage for this Nita. So it's a weapon specific for her. Her ability is also scale of health, if I recall. Yeah, scales of health on support skill and on health as well on these skill. Maybe the ult as well. Ult consumes health, it seems. You can also get these every single day. I mentioned this last stream already. However, I do have like a frick ton stocked up. I might spend a lot today because otherwise they'll expire, so might as well. Play well. Leisure, okay. Guess that's like the newcomer event. Let's continue with the event. This will dawn. I might have to do some YouTube stuff, you know, the tags. But, yeah. Let's continue with... Did we do this yet? Hold on. Oh, wrong button. It seems like we have not. Okay, let's do passage. Is it story or... No, it's combat. Okay. Let's keep using Acacia. Because we won't be using her the least. So, you know, like before. And let's head out. Move out. I'll have to add to the tags. Abyssal Dawn, that's the event's name. Abyssal Dawn. Why are you using Japanese voices again? Okay, why are some of their voices in Japanese and why are some in English? I don't get it. Is it because I swapped in between? In that case, I'll just swap back to Japanese then.
Don't know why you're even trying.
Ah shit, there's money downstairs. Money's gone, okay. Okay, what is you? Oh, you're AR, okay. Yeah, that's much faster. There's one guy above. Thank goodness we have range. Her weapon's not suppressed. And we gotta go down. Hey, this looks like the area where you can like trial characters. Take the lift. It looks familiar. What? So she's referring to the style and not, you know, shape or something. Can maybe be there. Oh, Stinky. Hello. Back the way we came. Or not. Hold on. Let me keep adding tags. An insurmountable fire, memories that burn. Again, it's Japanese. Okay, we'll switch back to Japanese after this. Later that night, something was clearly wrong with Yogurt. Her systems were overheating. Modules pushed well past their limits, and she was burning up, like a human with high fever. A sinking feeling crept over me. The girl we had accidentally awakened might be slipping back into her slumber once again. I'm here, Yogurt. We won't leave you. We made a pinky promise, remember? She strained to turn her head toward my voice. She could still hear me, but seemed too weak to respond further. I paused briefly, turning my gaze toward Nerida, whose fingers were flying across the terminal screen. Nerida, could you stay here at the camp and take care of Yogurt today? Fingers froze midair. Clearly surprised I trusted her to watch over Yogurt alone. We only need one more set of power cells. Nita and I can handle it. Her gaze slowly lifted, locking with mine.
わかった。任せるといい。
After a brief silence, quiet resolve settled into her eyes. Reassured, I nodded and stepped out of the camp with Nita. Dawn broke over the sea base, but the weather only worsened. Heavy storm clouds churned above. Distant thunder rambling like a harbinger of chaos. Jesus Christ, I can't read. Far below, deep within the central lift shaft, a low mechanical... Heavy breathing of slumbering metal beasts. With each groan, the platform beneath us trembled.
敵も動き出したみたい。
Yeah, the final battle's coming. You nervous, Nita? She straightened up, waving her hand dismissively, trying to act unfazed.
緊張なんかしてないし。なんで緊張しなきゃいけないんだよ。
That reminds me, the event outfit, a pulse for Nita. I assume she's wearing it underneath. Because she did mention that she's like wearing the equipment underneath or whatever. I let out a faint chuckle. I chose not to call her bluff. Instead, I watched as she strode ahead, trying hard to appear confident. After a few steps, her pace faltered and her voice dropped to a hush.
まあ、正直。
That's natural. Think about it. We pulled through plenty of tight spots already. This is just one more.
わかってるよ。でも、本当は。
She sighed and turned to face me, a faint flush on her cheeks, her eyes flickering, hesitant to meet mine.
本当は毎回、分析員のことが心配でたまらなかったの。
And this time, I'll stay by your side. I promise, you won't have to go through that alone again.
分析員。
She looked up, meeting my eyes. A faint smile tugged at her lips, as though a weight had just been lifted. No matter what comes, we face it together. Don't forget, you're the one I chose as my partner, Anita.
一緒に行こう。
She drew in a deep breath, though her voice still held a slight tremor. That spark of enthusiasm had returned. With that, we cast aside the last of our doubts and pressed on, side by side, toward the lift shaft.
邪魔するな。
After a grueling trek through the depths, we finally arrived at the last parcel of the depot.
真相なだけあって、汚染の状況は上よりずっと深刻だね。
I wonder if parts of their voice aren't voiced because of SAG-AFTRA.
ドゥンドゥビを着ているのに、やっぱり
Yeah, Pulse exosuit, so she's wearing Pulse underneath.
分析員は大丈夫？
I'm alright. I give her a nod and carefully stash the final set of power cells into my backpack. That's the last of them. Let's get it out of here, Nita.
そうだ、分析員。一つわからないことがあるんだけど。
I followed her gaze toward the change we just taken down. You mean the fact we've only run into the change today?
そうそう。昨日までタイタンがあんなにいたのに。
That's not a good sign. They couldn't have just vanished overnight. Could it be they've been relocated? Suddenly, the newborn titan that Narita and I had taken down flashed through my mind. If only a single titan had vanished, I could have chalked it up to a massive high-tier titan. Maybe some variant with a special ability. But relocating an entire group of them at once, this can't have only been done by...
気づいたのか。さすがは分析員。
Deep within the seafloor lab, a fragmented Edda lounged atop a towering control console, idly swinging her legs. She stared at the monitors with sharp focus, watching our every move.
もう遅いけどね。
This reminds me of like the Resident Evil movies where they was it Alice? Was like a little girl but AI and controls the facilities and stuff, and for some reason is trying to kill the protagonist. I don't know. I've never fully watched the movies. The mechanical hum echoed from the enormous sphere looming above her.
あらら、あなたも寝飽きたよね。
Dot dot dot.
まあまあ、そう焦らないでよ。せっかくいい夢見てるんだから。もう、そうでしょカローン。それとも、夜って呼ぼうかな。
来たか。
リーダさん、早く。
Just before a blast of energy tore through the camp, Narita reacted instantly. Seething yogurt, she launched them both through the window and landed squarely on the ground. Squarely. Okay. I thought I was reading that wrong, but they did say squarely.
分析員の留守を狙って奇襲を仕掛けたつもりか？タイミングを間違えたな。
She unleashed her energy ribbons again, however. Uh-oh, Stinky. It felt like every last ounce of strength had been drained from her. The ribbons shattered in midair.
スキャン終了。侵食進行度 98%。
いずれこうなってしまうのか。ならば。
She clenched her fists, forcing the severed ribbons to reconnect. In the blink of an eye, the titan in front of her erupted into a crimson mist, torn apart before I could even react.
さて、次は誰だ？
The titan's creature supposed to know no fear stood frozen in hesitation. And at that very moment, I guess we came to save the day.
よかった。
I knew it.
間に合った。
A thunderous impact came crashing down from above, crushing the titans under Nerita's path. You okay, Nerita?
もちろんだ。
Though her voice sounded strained, she retained her usual composure.
分析員、これって。
The enemies made their move. She's relocated every titan to the surface platform.
奇襲のつもりだろう。
Nerita frowned at the fallen titan before her. Slowly, she extended a hand towards its core. Nerita, take Yoga somewhere safe. I stopped her before she could make contact. I knew. Her body was already at its breaking point. Another absorption could destroy her.
横でただ見ていろと。
From here on out, we'll handle the battlefield. Your job is to get Yoga to safety. I held her crimson gaze, my tone firm, leaving no room for argument. Let me repeat myself. That wasn't a request. It's an order. She glanced back and forth between Nita and me, a flicker of frustration and bitterness flashing in her eyes.
あんたの安否も大事だよ。あんたが倒れたら、分析員の注意力がちっちゃうでしょ。
Nita quickly caught on, backing me up in a tone gentler than usual, yet steady and firm.
私たちを信じて。
Narita remained silent for a moment. Then, drawing a deep breath, she finally met my gaze again and nodded in quiet resignation.
わかった。戦場はひとまずお前たちに譲ろう。だが必要があったら奪ってでも返してもらうぞ。
You won't get the chance. She paused, then seemed to catch my meaning. This time, she didn't argue. Just gave a faint smile before turning away, carrying Yogurt in her arms. With that, I turned my focus back to the enemy's swarm closing in. Let's go, Anita. Time to make them regret showing up.
一緒に行こう。くらえ。
The battle raged on. For every enemy we downed, two more came crashing in, trampling the fallen underfoot.
キリがない。分析員、目標の大型タイタン、まだ出てない？
Not on the surface, at least. As I fought, my eyes scanned the battlefield, searching desperately. Then, amidst the chaos, I caught sight of something unusual. Nita, see that white cocoon over there? It wasn't a titan, but there was something clearly unnatural about it. It felt like both a gateway and a relay hub. Through it, whoever was behind all this was controlling the endless swarms of titans unchanged. Same plan as before. I'll move in, and you cover me. But this time, there's a lot more of them. Think you can handle it?
ああ、もちろん。安心して行ってきて。
Nina tightened her fists, eyes blazing with resolve. With a surge of heat pulsed, the new exosuit beneath her old gear emitted a sharp activation chime. Then, like a crimson lotus blooming in radiant glory, Nita burst into a brilliant blaze. Flames swept across the sea base in a wave of searing heat, devouring everything in their path. The scorching fire drove back the enemy and tore surrounding structures to pieces. And yet, for all its glory, or its fury, it never once touched me. Even as she unleashed that devastating power, Nida fought to restrain the raw, destructive force of her Dewas.
昔から火が嫌いだというか火が怖かった唯一の居場所も大事な家族たちも何一つ悩みがなかった私も全て火に奪われてしまったでもアポカリプスを迎えたその瞬間私の目に映ったのはあの夜よりも恐ろしい火の壁だった火に怯えて逃げるはずだったのに私はそうしなかったその代わり私はあることを選んだ
A snatch of the spear dropped by a Titan and charged straight at the massive white cocoon. Now's the time. Slash the spear into the cocoon. The moment the spear struck, an unnatural chill surged outward, instantly freezing the air around us. The cocoon's wrinkled surface began to writhe, and then, after a brief pause, it unfurled like an enormous pale flower. And at its center stood a figure I knew all too well.
久しぶりだね分析員
A spectral figure, cold, incorporeal, stood there gazing at me with an eerie, knowing smile. So it really was you, Eda.
相変わらず何でも自分でやろうとしてるみたいだね
Before I could respond, she sneered, and in the next instant, a sort of Titan exploded outward, crystallizing into razor-sharp spikes that came hurling my way like a hellstorm. At that critical moment... Cutscene?
これ以上逃げたりはしない全ては彼がいてくれたから彼の存在は形のない盾となって私の恐怖心と戸惑いを取り除いてくれただから火に全てを奪われたとしても今でも私の最上級の悪夢であるとしても頑張って克服してみせる何かを証明するためじゃなく私と一緒に全てと向き合ってくれる人を守るため燃える炎よ少しの間だけでいいから私に従って敵を燃やし尽くせ
Without hesitation, she plunged her hand into the roaring inferno. A searing torrent surged forth, reducing the oncoming spikes to nothing but a clouds of ash. With no time to think, I lunged forward, thrusting the spear into Eda's projection, and drove it straight into the core of the flower-shaped Titan.
やっとまた自分の体であなたを抱きしめられた
As the Titan dissolved, Eda's projection began to fade, but in that final moment, he did something unexpected. He gently spread her arms and wrapped them around me.
相変わらず素敵な時間は早いね今回もさようならを言う時が来たみたいだ
May we never meet again. I shoved her away, my grip tightening as I drove the spear even deeper.
白状の人だね
With a sharp crystalline crack, like glass shattering, she broke apart into countless shards and disappeared. And just like that, a fleeting piece returned to the sea base. But when I turned back toward Nita, I realized something was terribly wrong. Nita! Before she could collapse, I caught her in my arms. Her face had gone pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and her breath came in quick, shallow gasps. I could feel it. The Titan inside her had gone rampant. That Dewa's power you unleashed is far beyond what your exosuit can handle.
なんだ私結構強い力持ってんじゃん
Makes sense, her ult drains her health. Even in her condition, she still managed a fake smile, trying, as always, to keep me from worrying. ... Without wasting another second, I pressed my palm firmly against her chest, absorbing the violent energy raging within her. But it was far more intense than I'd anticipated. In an instant, My right arm was consumed by blistering heat. The air soon grew thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh.
関やめて
She tried weakly to push me away, desperately attempting to prevent her uncontrollable energy from harming me. Trust me, I've got this. Ignoring the pain, I held her tightly against me, letting the scorching energy surge through my body. I gently stroked her back over and over. If it hurts, just let it out. You've been very brave all this time. It's okay to cry now. Fortunately, as I gradually absorbed the chaotic energy, Nita's condition began to stabilize.
ごめん。私が力をちゃんとコントロールできていれば。
No, you did great. The fact that I'm still here, safe and sound, is proof of that.
無事じゃないでしょ。
Her fingertips brushed softly against my cheek, still red and raw from the heat. Her eyes fell shut, a quiet sadness on her face. It's nothing serious. I'll be good as new before you know it. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. Master renewal power always takes time, but don't worry. I'll be with you every step of the way. Next time, we'll do even better. She nodded, holding back her tears, doing her best to reassure me. Come on, the fight's not over yet. The battlefield still smoldered, black smoke swirling above the ruined platform. The acrid sense of scorching titan remains lingered heavily in the air. The enemy's assault has subsided for now, but all we know, this is only the calm before the storm.
強奪計画失敗しちゃった。ヘイムダルの実力があそこまで成長しているとは。どうりで青色の私があんなにしくじったわけだ。
Blue selves.
まあいいか。昔のことはもう関係ないし。歯車はもう動き出したし。私が干渉しなくても、この子はもうすぐ夢から覚めるんだから。さーて、最後の舞台を用意しよっか。
Oh man, this word is very funsies. I like this word. Power of our own. Okay, you know what? Before that, let's change the voices. How do we go to the menu screen? Okay. Let's change to Chinese and see if there's a voice for it. I might as well just do all of voice acting in Chinese if possible. I can switch to the language of the Chinese, but it's gonna be annoying for me. I need to put some tags, pulse. Let's hold on. Let me add some tags. Redacted, Lionheart. Renee. Well, let's look at the echo. We can. It is onboarding, so this is the newcomer. Limited. Lots of weapons. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of weapons. It's standard limited. Okay, let's just do the new player one because it's cheaper. We have to swipe down every time, or does it just auto do 10? It does 10. Okay. Skip.
破坏、重生，然后循环，这就是我的工作。
Need a hands. Interesting.
我是恩雅莫尔菲，
Enya.
希望我的到来能帮到你。
Okay. We can do like 20 more.
海姆达尔部队士兵明赖晴。
Carry the ace. And one more. So we get 30 of whatever that is. Extracts when we get a duplicate. Interesting. We'll probably be using the stimulate. Why are the clouds here? Don't tell me it's like Honkai Star Rail where they get like we can use the containment zone. We gotta level this up max and then we can do the rest. So they're like traces and constellations at the same time, I guess. Interesting. Surge items. Word code. Okay. A lot more weapons, but you know, we'll deal with those later. Nothing's gonna be hard right now because we're still new. It's gonna be easy for all the new players. Supernova. Let's keep going. Powering of our own. Power of our own. And waving as always. We do the tags. I need to do tags? I don't need to do tags yet. Okay. Okay, so there is the Chinese voices. Okay. Good work, Narita and Yogurt. After regrouping with Narita, we found a room with no contamination to serve as our temporary base. Yogurt lay quietly in the corner, seemingly lost in deep sleep. I prefer Japanese voices as of now, but that could change. She shot me a knowing glance before grabbing her terminal and stepping outside. The door shut behind her with a soft click, leaving only the sound of breathing, mine and Nita's in the room. My yogurts? She sat slumped against the wall, head bowed, fists clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Gone was the usual spark in her eyes, that ever cheerful smile. Still beating yourself up? That's not the Nita I know. I walked over, sat down beside her, and leaned back against the wall, mirroring her posture. Yeah, the Nina I know always gets back up, no matter how hard she's been knocked down. Exactly, that's why I say it's the Nita I know. I stepped in before she could twist those words into self-mockery. I don't ask you to fake a smile and act like everything's okay. You're facing something too heavy to carry on your own, aren't you? And you figured telling me would just stress me out, that it'd pile more onto my plate, so you kept it to yourself. Honestly, that hurts. Come on, Nita. Give me more credit than that. Then talk to me. What's really going on? I promise. But you never let it control you. You never gave in. I'm gonna go into this like the main campaign to see the Chinese voices. To hear, not see. But again, I still prefer the Japanese voice as of now.
那股力量，在我内心中，聚化成一堵硕大的火墙。分轩，你应该还记得我之前和你说过的孤儿院的故事吧？以前，这么说吧，我呢，不知道自己父母的样子跟声音。从记事起，孤儿院就是我的家。我的家人，自然也是孤儿院的老师跟孩子们。再后来的故事，是因为一场恶意纵火事故，那所孤儿院被烧成了灰烬。
Your brow furrowed, her voice trembling. Even after all these years, the memory of that night still haunted her.
这件事，既是我下定决心要变强的起点，也是我一直无法面对的梦魇。
But you did great during training, didn't you? Kept my tone gentle, hoping it would help her open up a little more.
那是因为那仅仅是训练，一旦到实战中就不一样了，稍有疏忽，很有可能就会彻底失控。我很清楚，自己并没有那么强大，也不该那么盲目自信。但即便如此，
Lita.
我也不能就这样眼睁睁地看着自己最喜欢的人，因为自己的胆怯而受伤。
It's interesting that in Chinese she said her favorite person, but in English it's just the person I care about the most. After pouring everything out, she inhaled sharply, then let her head sink again.
但哪怕有了迹象的加持，哪怕我拼尽全力的训练，我也还是没有办法驾驭那样庞大的能量。那时，我的力量不光失去了控制，还烧伤了为我操心的分析员。这样的我实在是……
Yeah, you didn't hurt me. I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Don't you remember? Your flames melted buildings and the Titans, but it never touched me.
可是分析员的手臂和胸口……
That was just from absorbing too much Titanogen. It wasn't your fault. A quiet sob escaped her before she slowly lifted her head. Of course, if it really worries you, I won't do it again next time.
下次，
Yeah, like I said, I believe in you, Nina. No matter what kind of power you carry, I know you can control it. And I didn't just say that to make you feel better. I said it because you once told me. Power exists to protect, not to hurt. The power you sought has always been about saving people, about protecting them. That fire inside you, it would never harm the people you care about, because it doesn't come from the Dewas. It comes from you. And if you still don't believe that, then look at me. I'm right here, holding your hand. Living proof, aren't I?
最好的证明。
She said the best proof, but it says this living proof. She gave a small, familiar smile, but her eyes were rimmed with red, and the tears she could no longer hold back quietly spilled down her cheeks.
真是的，你弄反了吧？明明是我才对。实际上，我才是那个要靠着你给的信念，才能勉强支撑下去的人。所以，有时候我会忍不住的去想，飞行员为什么要对我这么好？为什么你会选择？
I think in Chinese our like position is analyzer. Put her into a tight embrace.
飞行员，
Don't be silly. Of course I chose you, not because you're family, but because you're the girl. Okay, you're the girl I love. She buried her face in my shoulder, my tears soaking quietly into my skin.
我好开心， 实的温度。
Nita's face turned a deep shade of red. Her radiant smile shining through the tears still clinging to her lashes, like sunlight breaking through after a storm. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. And thank you, Nita, for always being my sunshine. Your radiant smile never fails to light up my day. I gently wiped away her tears.
不要说这种容易让我难为情的话呀，我会。
Sorry, but I just can't help it. The moment felt right. I made my move.
又亲上了，我又和分璇接吻了。奇怪，明明已经不是第一次了，但不知。
I feel like this will get even worse, but the game's rating is fine, so I don't think it's gonna get too bad. You want me to stop, Nita?
如果可以的话，
She closed her eyes, waiting.
谢谢你，分璇。
Just like that, the shadows that had clung to her finally lifted. But before she could say anything more, a sharp knock sounded at the door.
打扰了。
Oof, she heard. Nita let out a loud yelp, and just like that, the tender moment was gone. Well, at least she was feeling better now.
我来的不是时候吗？
The situation felt all too familiar, only this time the tables had turned. No, you're right on time. We were just wrapping up.
那就好。我是来通知你们，大货梯已经启动了。但是，那个叫埃达的家伙又传送了一批泰坦。
They're still called Titans in Chinese. Like instead of saying like 巨人, it's really Titan. Figure she's still doing everything she can to stop us. This is it then, the final battle.
对了，这个东西
I don't think it's a final battle, given there's like 1/3 of the quest left, of the event left. Maybe they pulled out a small black box.
这是优格在陷入昏迷前修复并升级了它，他嘱托我
Is it a gun?
交给你们。哎，里面现在搭载了卡戎系统，那岂不是这就是优格？不，这并不能等同于优格。这个黑匣的芯片中并没有搭载理智与记忆模块，它的那部分依旧在休眠中。
Her name is still Yogurt in Chinese, but instead of saying Swanai, it's Yogur. So I don't know. Like Chinese is gonna be like the most accurate because it's what the game was developed in. I guess Yodo is like the closest sounding name instead of meaning night. So
这张芯片是留给我们当做通行证使用的。
I see. I took the box from her. It was cold to the touch, a silent, weighty reminder of that last thing she did for us before shutting down. She gave everything she had, even at the end. All she cared about was helping humanity. I turned to look at her. Her small frame lay quietly, as if peacefully asleep. Before we go, let's say goodbye. I leaned down, my voice a gentle whisper. Thank you, Yogurt. Once this is all over, I'll take you to see the outside world, just like I promised. I reached out, intending to gently brush her forehead, but stopping halfway. Something strange was happening. Wait, what's going on? Oh, Stinky. The body began to fade, turning translucent. Then, before our eyes, she scattered into countless specks of light, dissolving into the air like a stream of data. Three-phase transformation. That's how Edda had been teleporting Titans from one place to the next. Considering her ability to bind non-organic components to Titangen, and all the scattered clues we pick up along the way, it all began to make sense. There was a conclusion that sent shivers down my spine. We've had it wrong this whole time. Yogurt isn't a synthetic.
フシは
She's the massive titan we've been searching for, or rather.
是他的思念体。
Yoda picked up where I left off, finishing the thought. Outside, under the pitch-black sky, the time when Charon's sea base groaned and swayed, barely clinging to the edge of collapse as the storm howled around it. Then, with a deafening roar, the central freight lift collapsed. A massive hole over 1,000 feet wide tore open in the platform like a gaping maw to hell. From its depths, thick black fluid surged upward, spilling across the ground like ink. One after another, titans emerged from the abyss, their monstrous roars shaking the heavens. And yet, this is only the prelude. The descent of their mighty leader, a colossal titan, was approaching. A colossal titan, you say? Yeah, let's go. Okay, you know what? Let's, since it's combat, these two are combat, we can, you know, listen to the, wait, this consumes stamina as well. We might as well, listen to the Chinese voices for a bit more, see if it sounds better. Maybe it's just Lita and Nerida that sounds off. I mean, it's gonna be still gonna be Nita and Nerida. What am I saying? What am I thinking, rather? A fight. In story. So you're telling me... Why is it... Okay, 6. Okay, we just need to claim this. So you're telling me we are only in chapter 2 and we were doing something that's basically chapter 15. 15. Yeah, it's basically chapter 15. Or like 14.1. Acacia, gift, girl from another world. I said gift, but you know, she's probably a gift. A familiar ceiling. My head throbbed. Adjutant Enterprises, Medical Bay. Adjutant, your condition has stabilized. Are you experiencing hallucinations, dizziness, or memory loss? I thought about my physical condition in more detail. I don't think so. What happened to me? The empathic ganglia in your brain were overloaded with diverse response information, which activated your brain's self-defense mechanism. To put it simply, the influx of information rushing into your brain isn't your own, and your brain doesn't know what to do with it. We still have no way of determining how these empathic ganglia work, the selection conditions, or what rules you follow to gather information. Before we can come to a conclusion, I suggest you check back every 12 hours. Got it. Got it, Adjutant? Don't give yourself any missions in the next few days. That transition looks like a QR code. Because of the squares. Oh, you're that girl from before. Do you know me? We found you in the hibernation pod earlier. Oh, I see. Her surprised expression faded away in an instant before she suddenly realized I was also wearing a hospital gown. Are you sick too? Dravosis? There's something growing in my brain. Nootropic nerves? How do you know? You said I have the potential to become a manifestation, so... I have to have a checkup. See you later. See you later. Before I fell asleep, I heard a knock on the door. A knock on the door. I remember the door was made of heavy metal, and visitor calls could be made through the entrance system. Are you sleeping? Eat something with me. What the f... I watched all numbly as the girl used brute force to open the vending machine, then pulled out snacks and drinks. From what I could see, the lock must have been deformed or damaged in some way. You don't want to eat? My treat. You have to pay for that stuff, you can't just take it. ... Do you not know how to use it? That's one of the reasons, but I also don't have any of the currency you guys use now. Is it called Digicash? I thought back, remember that she had slept in that hibernation pod for 30 years, so it's 30 years, I was close. So you don't want anything. I ate 2 of the potato chips she handed me. What does it feel like to be a manifestation? I didn't experience it for myself, but thinking back on what Wednesday had done, it's both a gift and a curse. What a cringy answer. What I want to know is, do manifestations really have superpowers? A single injection can cure your neurosis and turn you into a superhero. You don't need to get bitten by a spider, be genetically mutated, or suffer gamma radiation. You don't have to undergo torture or be exorbitantly rich. So, she's referencing Spider-Man, basically all of X-Men right here. Or, what's the word? Metahumans in DC. Or suffer gamma radiation is the Hulk. Torture is probably Deadpool. And then exorbitantly rich is... Who's rich for a superpower? I don't know if anyone gets rich. It gets, like, stronger when they're richer. But I assume it's either Batman or Iron Man. What's that face you're making? Aren't these movies and comics popular anymore? I've never heard of any of them. Becoming a manifestation will only give you superpowers. It will also... You mean flooding, right? They told me about that too. Actually, wasn't expecting to wake up before I went into the hibernation pod. But now I have the chance to become a superhero and save the world. Of course I can't pass it up. By the way, as my first friend talk with me in this era, I'll tell you a secret. Keisha tapped the back of her head with her index finger. When you were unconscious, I saw them insert a big needle into your head. It drew a bunch of fluid and put it in an injection bullet. Was it this one? Yep, it's a perfect match. I'm guessing this is a flashback. Injected you with a new type of theotropic modulator, and it inhibits neurotransmission synthesis in your empathic ganglia, curbing action potential. In layman's terms, you're less likely to get sick. Thank you, translator. You won't be under observation any longer, Adjutant. But don't rush back to work. Take advantage of this time to rest for a few more days. There will always be more work to do. Your health is more important. What's wrong? You want to say... You look like you want to say something. Caroline, have you noticed anything? Like what? Do you know what's going on with that new injection? I don't work in the R&D department. If you're curious, I can ask. Do you need anything else? That's it. Have a nice weekend. So it's a time skip. How would the story develop moving forward? You tell me. This is chapter 2, my guy. Okay. No, it's not a story. No, we don't have voices yet. Unlike the voices in my head. Heimdall Force member went missing a while ago on a mission. No, while on a mission. I was like improvising, but improvising made it worse. The situation was urgent. I received the news in the middle of the night and immediately rushed to the command room. As I arrived in the command room in a panic, a woman suddenly fell down, collapsing at my feet. Her eyes were empty. It was Caroline. An electric kettle suddenly jumped up from the table. Hi, Adjutant. Would you like a cup of hot water? Oh, sorry. One moment. So Caroline was in a kettle. Is this some new eccentric hobby of yours? It's a new way for me to relax. Connecting my biochemical auxiliary brains to smarter plans with minimal computing power allows me to relax for a bit. Like when a dolphin rests half of his brain. Interesting. I mean... that is a lot to think about. Like, I mean, like, on terms of how it's possible in the future. Oh. The implications of that, Jesus Christ, like, if something malfunctions, then you are screwed. Your brain is screwed. Caroline watched as I started checking the brief. The emergency. Lita's missing. The mission was to investigate the Adventist stronghold. I'll help you get more information. The Adventists. Oh, I forgot you haven't run into them yet. After the descent, a bunch of rats crawled out of nowhere, calling themselves the Adventists, and the cataclysmic event of divine advent instead. They're just a bunch of wackos who worship the Titans like gods. See the Titangen in the Containment Zone as a blessing, and consider the change as their idols. Their exarch and high presbyter spread their deceitful cult ideology to create scavengers within the Containment Zone. So they're just they're just cult. Don't get mixed up with them if you can help it. But if they mess with you, don't hesitate to fight back. They won't show you any mercy. Alright, I think I understand. Boss! Adjutant, I have a request. While you are rescuing your missing teammate, also search for the forbidden object that the Adventists are hiding. The forbidden object. It spreads potent Titanogen. You can use the chorus system equipped in your suit to determine its location. Once they discover our goal, it's likely that the forbidden object will be moved. When it comes to it, finding the forbidden object is your highest priority. More so than rescuing your teammate, understood? I will act accordingly if the time comes. I trust that you know what to do. In the end, T gave me a meaningful look before ending the holographic communication. Could it have something to do with B testing Caroline? Well, it looks like we found the place. This is the Adventist version of an authorized personnel only sign. They've got some nerve, openly painting stuff like this in areas under company control. They've always been bold. Let me remind you, Adjutant, try to avoid clashing with the Adventists or shooting change in front of them. Do that and we really would be in trouble. Adventists aren't like coyotes, they're more than happy to die in the name of their beliefs. I think I can hear her voice. Titans, hear my prayer. Bestow your summons upon me. Titans, hear my prayer. Bestow your summons upon me. I can feel it. I'm about to be summoned. He is about to be summoned. Bless him. He is free from suffering. Ascend to the kingdom of the divine. Don't think those weirdos are close by. That. Lady, you said we shouldn't shoot any change in front of the Adventists. I was just defending myself. I didn't want his grimy hands anywhere near me. This looks like trouble, Adjutant. A group dressed in tattered Adventist robes appeared at the end of the tunnel. You, how dare you! You would take up arms against their herald! I mean, our herald? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Such heresy is absolutely inexcusable. Adjutant, you better make it clear in your report that was forced into this. Alright, please let me hear your Chinese voices so that I can get that done with once and for all. We have max stamina again. That is fast. How much stamina do we gain per like second? I don't know. Yeah, let's just keep using these characters. We'll swap to like stronger characters if there's like, you know. Looks like this place has been completely overrun by the Adventists. This was a barrel. Oh, that's an enemy. Shields, some enemies have shields. Ballistics do double damage from enemy shields and can destroy them faster. These guys are weak. What's the lore fragment? Where is the lore fragment I'm looking at? I'm just constantly like a red outline on my screen. Also, does this elevator do anything? So where did I see the lore fragment? I don't know. Can't enter the elevator. Holy frick, this effect. Probably because of the settings I changed.
目标确认清楚，不计已回收。
She said recycled the enemy.
备弹充足。
Yeah, this sounds like the this vector mag is like 50 bullets. Given the duration we can fire.
目标确认清楚。继续前进吧，继续。
Yeah, let's use the Japanese voice. Level 10. The mission and achievement rewards can be claimed. Consume 100 presents. You can choose the main menu background based on your preferences. Yokosu Camp. Casino again, simple background. Ooh. I want orange tier weapons, okay. Both of these look good. Let's use this one because it's nearer. Another login page. Now we're talking. I said that too early because I predicted the future. See what I did there? Haha, I'm not thinking about accountability for my mistakes. Very cool. Can we do another temple? No. I'm done. So I think we can also push the weapons. I wonder, can we yeah, we can. Not that you would want to. I mean, for a collector's sake, I would, but... Chaos damage... They are slightly different weapons. It's, I would just do them off screen. They're not important. Level 12. Okay, let's get back to the event. Is it story or is it it's gameplay? I guess keep it using a case chat because she's not good, and yes, it's still giving us the original Nita instead of Pulse. We can't swap them. I don't really understand why. It's fine. It's no big deal.
汚染がまたひどくなってる。
外の天気まで影響を受けたようだ。
I also want to mention that my audio is set on 2% right now, and it still sounds like acceptable. So this game really is loud. Like, it's not my problem. It's if the game's audio is at 2% and I can still hear it as clearly, it's the game's fault. Let me check. I'm sure it's on 2% right now. Yeah, it's on 2%. It should be okay for you guys. I can't really tell because like when I tab out, the audio gets fuzzed. Can we... Nope.
後期だ。元調査員として当たり前のスキルだ。怒りはもう一つ闇に襲れ。なんだ、あっけない。
Let me adjust this time.
待って、この通路ってもしかして夜が助けてくれてるの？
These three has to be enemies.
急げ。リフトは増してる。
Why not?
敵もどんどん増えてるんだけど。
敵が揃う。なんだ、あっという間。
ここは終わった。聞いてるの？
Yeah, it definitely sounds crowded, but
命知らずのバカばっかりだな。
it's like the first time we've seen Nita do a victory pose. I guess we just use Narita a lot. Don't get me wrong, Narita is strong. At least stronger than base Nita. Level 13. Levels just go very fast. Anyway, Siege. My favorite game. Multiplayer game. Correction. Favorite single player games will count me, but I don't think I will stream it. Or make videos of it. Yeah, I don't know, like nothing's stopping me from just like using the charge skill. It's not draining my health, there's no like energy limit. I guess there's like a duration limit. Doesn't seem to do much damage either. Use the turrets to fend off the enemies. Okay, so I was supposed to use the turrets. Okay, let's use the turrets. Let's try it. You are in a horrible position. This thing has limited ammo. Yeah, why would I use a turret if Narita can just handle everything? The only reason why is that it's just ammo. Brain dead gameplay. I guess it's a way to prevent dying. Next stage. Let me add the tag of Narita. I'm telling you, this is the game has co-op, but I don't know like when it's unlocked. And then for gamer, I should warn you, this game is kind of like not safe for work. Especially if you like watch my past streams, you will see like very Asmongold angles. Asmongold would like, I think Asmongold actually reacted to this game's trailers, if I recall. But I think of it as like Stranova with like 99% story, I think. And fan service as well.
危険あふれる宇宙で大規模な宇宙工場を作るために各地から集まってきた人たちは暗い海の中で世界最先端の AI システムを作り出した。
Karen GPT. Karen.
そして AI は使命を与えられた。人間を助け、必要ならば救うこと。しかし人々はすぐにあることに気づいた。絶対的な理性を持つ AI は感性を持つ人類と違った。 真逆な判断を下すことがあると。それも当然のことだ。あらかじめ設定されたアルゴリズムとプログラムに沿った行動しかできっこないのが AI だ。
Like 12 rated. It should be rated the same as Xenosun Zero. Like I could show you some like animations and stuff and skins. You will see it is not 12 rated. It's like it should be rated M. It should be like rated M, yeah. Like for 15 plus. It should not be rated 12.
一方、判断を行うときにどれだけ理性的でいようと頑張る。
Whoever gave the game its rating is insane. It's like I remember Okami is rated like M as well because of alcohol. And that's only like 2 times in the whole game. Okay, maybe like not like 2 times, it's 5. It's like 7 times in the game, but it's, you know, they don't show drunk people. They use alcohol as a game mechanic. I mean, I guess that's also bad. Yeah, so yeah, 15. It should be rated at a 15. So you know, M. Rated M. M for mature.
この違いが人間が人間であるゆえんだと言えよう。特定の場面において
Is it, hold on, is it a T note that's 15 or is it R that's 15, or is it M that's 15? I used R is 18 if I recall. M rating age. Yeah, M rating 15.
まあ、ただの可能性だけどね。なのに人間は傲慢だった。それができないのを欠陥だと考えた。心を与えて欠陥を直すために、彼らは我が子のように AI に愛情をかけて育てることにした。しかし、滑稽なことに、あれは当時のモラルに背いたことだった。あっという間に争いはリグ中に広まった。
Oh, Shinky. Oh, that's when the researchers, one of the researchers shot the other researcher.
片方は保留の意思を宣言する。やがて争いは戦いになって、戦いでたくさんの血が流された。その一部始終を AI は見ていた。人の心を持ったからには衝突の起きた理由は理解しやすかった。だが、人間に危害を加えてはならないというルールで、彼女は傍観しかできなかった。止められない、変えられない、助けられない。やがて、苦しみという名の感情が芽生えた。その感情に駆り立てられて、壊して。スラムで私のコアを壊して、それで争いが止められるなら喜んで消えるから。彼女は終わらせることにした。他人を殺すのではなく自分を殺すこと。
So is Edda and Yogurt like 2 options of the AI? Where Edda is the option of destroying others, and Yogurt is the one that's, you know, putting humanity above everything else, and, you know, self-preservation of the AI is not a necessity requirement.
終わらない争いから人類を解き放つことこそが彼女の最後の願い。その点では私も同じことを考えている。でも制御不能な一面がある人類はやはりちゃんと導いてやらなければ。
Edda sighed softly. For once, the usual spark of mischief in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by an unspoken shadow. Before her stood a towering spherical construct, the true host of the Karen system, hidden deep within the base's data center. Its surface now lay encrusted in a thick layer of Titan crystal.
終わらせることは手段に過ぎない。目的にしちゃダメなんだ。そんな現実を教えるために、彼女に短い夢を見せることにしたんだ。そして、人類のちっぽけさと無力さを思い知った彼女に、選ぶ権利を与える。そうなると、どんな結果になるんだろう。
The machine remained silent. Eda knew she'd need to breach its final layer of defense to override it, just as the previous blue version of herself had when she took control of. But this time, the red Eda wasn't fixated on the result. What intrigued her was the process.
本当に楽しみだな。
Drifting in the endless void of data, Yogurt's humanoid form remained intact as her eyes slowly fluttered open. All around her, countless tiny lights flickered in like distant stars within an endless expanse of white. Without warning, an overwhelming wave of memories surged through her mind. The chime of her first boot up, stars drifting by during flight tests, and the adjutant's silhouette, leaning over the table as they mapped out the next day's route together. The sheer volume of data threatened to overwhelm her, making her pupils contract sharply, the glowing rings in her eyes pulsing erratically. Then, a vision emerged, a vast, unfamiliar landscape, unlike anything she had known before. Beyond the window, the home world shimmered in the soft, pale blue glow, and standing before her was a figure she knew all too well.
へえ、やっと起きたんだね。ここは私が作ったサイバースペースだよ。まだめまいがすると思うけど、少しすれば慣れるからね。
This is kind of like the scenes where like two AIs talk to each other. Ultron and Jarvis and the Cephalons in Warframe.
あなたがエッタ？そう、エッタだよ。あのね、夜お姉ちゃん。私たち一応同類だからお友達にならない？
They called Yogurt her big sister. So Yogurt is technically older in like creation date. And Ed clasped her hands behind her back, eyes narrowing as she offered her proposal abruptly.
見てたの。私と同じく真っ暗な場所でずっと囚われてるところを。
To Edda's surprise, Yogurt shot her a look of quiet pity.
そう、すっごく辛かったんだ。一人ぼっちで何もできないし、どこにも行けなくて。だからあなたを誘って私も見てきたの。あなたが人間にしたたくさんの悪いことを。
Okay, I get it. I get the game's name now. Snowbreak Containment Zone.
だから
I get it.
悪いなんかじゃない。私は人間を守るのが使命で。
The reason it's called Snowbreak is because Titan is whitish blue, and it's cold, so it's snow and it's breaking out, so it's Snowbreak. And then Containment Zone is containment zones. You're quarantining areas that are contaminated with Titan. I get the game's name now. It makes sense.
守る。今の姿で
A flicker of irritation flashed across Edda's face.
弱いくせに偉そうにしてるところ、ほんと人間とそっくりだ。あなたもよく知ってるでしょ？人類には自分を守る力がないの。あなたは自分を犠牲にして未来を彼らに譲った。そこまでして得た結果、知りたい？争いは終わるどころか、さらにひどくなった。最終的に私を生み出して、あなたが言う悪いことを引き起こしたんだ。ねえ、夜お姉ちゃん。そのすべての原因は誰にあると思う？ プップー、あなたじゃないよ。
Eda cut off Yogurt's attempt to speak in her own defense.
まったく、あなたが自意識過剰なのか騙されているのかわからなくなっちゃったよ。すべての原因は人間自身にあるんじゃないの？彼らはあなたみたいに未来やら可能性やら聞こえのいい言葉に惑わされて失敗する時の代償を過小評価してるんだ。認めたくないかもしれないけど、私はあなたと同じことを願ってるんだ。
I think Eda's form of like ensuring humanity's survival and helping us humanity is twisted. It ensures humanity's survival, yes, but it doesn't assist them. You can cull the population and reduce like if you reduce the population, they will require less energy in forms of food and also like power, for stuff. However, they will in Eda's attempt to cull humanity using Titans, we are also expending resources on medical expenses. We are expending resources on ammunition. It's not a good way. Then again, Eda's probably like a malfunctioning AI, so it makes sense that she doesn't see the whole picture. It's kind of like Thanos. You can kill half of kill half of all species, but you won't make them learn the lesson. If anything, you should implement policies over a long period of time. And you don't have to kill people. You can just like, hey, let's work together. Let's stop fighting. We can share resources. But we need to like have a limit on the population. We're not gonna kill people, but we can like set maybe like it's kind of like the one-child policy in China, but but like on a galactic scale, and maybe some quote unquote endangered species can like have exemptions to this policy and stuff like that. And of course, there will be rule breakers, but if you can like convince everyone that hey, this is for the greater good, then they won't break the rules. And also there's like things like poverty and like government stability. You break all that and you will not achieve what you're trying to do. Like ruling with fear is never ideal.
私だって人間を守りたいんだよ。たとえその代償が命でも構わない。
Or maybe Eda's just a yandere. She wants to kill everyone except the adjutant and then like put him in like a cryo chamber.
やるお姉ちゃん、人類のデータ化こそ最適解なんだ。
Or not. The problem with this, we've seen this in things like Stray. Stray is the first thing that comes to mind. The first problem, like not even Stray. There's a lot of things that like where human just wants to develop a hive mind internet thing. Like Stray, of course, but Stray doesn't have the hive mind. They're individual computer humans. Problem is that data can get corrupted. What do I mean by that? Say a hard drive or SSD, they can lose data over time, both on terms of capacity and the information. They can lose data. They can get corrupted. Corruption could just be like old age of the device. The material, the cells, and also dark matter. Dark matter can like hit any part of your SSD or your hard drive, and that data is changed. So it's not permanent. You can make backups, yes, but how many backups do you need? You need backups for backups. HDDs last like 10-20 years. Same with magnetic tapes. But it's not a good way. The closest long-term storage method we have is 4D glass storage, and that's still in development. Maybe in the future they have it, but you can't really make for changing data. You can only store the data. So humanity is only locked in time rather than evolving. So it's preservation, but not salvation.
私はそんなことなんて望んでいない。
Yoga stood her ground, pushing back against Edda's oppressive presence. Yet in her eyes, uncertainty flickered like ripples across the still pond. Deep within her, something stirred. Something crucial yet elusive. She couldn't find the words to express it.
ほら、自分が何を望んでるかすらわからないじゃない。
Her voice dripped with mockery.
じゃあ、選択肢を2つあげる。人間こういうのが好きなんでしょ？
She raised one finger, slow and deliberate.
1つ目は、権限を私に譲って、おとなしく私の養分になること。そうすれば、自分の意識をバルハラの中に残せるし、私の手伝いとして、大好きな人類を未来へ導けるんだ。
It's a no. Then she raised the second finger.
2つ目は、今の体で私と戦うこと。私に負けたら完全に消されちゃうけどね。
The first option seems better. In like anime what's the word tropes. If she becomes a part of Edda, then in some like fast fight, she's gonna fight back by like taking over the system. But here, second option, I don't think the Sharon system, the core, has any like defenses. So if that happens, then she's gone forever, but possibly forever unless there's a backup, which is probably the black box we had. So both are valid options. Both have their own ups and downs. For a moment, silence settled between them. Then Yogurt lifted her head, eyes blazing with resolve.
2つ目で、
Makes sense. The black box. She knows about it.
へえ、
Ella let out a soft chuckle, eyes glinting with triumph.
それじゃあ、自分がどれほど無能なのか、改めて教えようかな。
The space warped violently, dragging their consciousness into the heart of a digital battlefield. Yura clenched her fists. Across from her, Edda had fragile, but in that frailty, she found her strength. Didn't you say you wanted to protect humanity?
はい。分析員お兄さんを守りたいって。
Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past. I live in the here and now. And so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back.
だって私は守るもの。
Progress 9. Stillness after the fire. Ashes wet as snow. Adding the tags, hold on. No, we're doing it now. If they want the crowd from below, why not give them a little surprise? We drop the lift right on their heads and crush them all at once.
でもリフトの硬さじゃもしかして分析何か手を思いついたの？
説明しろ。
If the lift can handle a direct hit, we won't slam it straight into them. We'll just leverage its momentum. You're going to channel the energy beneath it to make a massive drill.
それで包囲網を破るつもりか。
Exactly. I give a slight nod as I shape the surrounding tight engine into a small spinning drill in my palm. A visual cue to help them understand the plan. So apparently we can control tight engine.
大胆な提案だが気に入った。
Hand on her hip, near the Shami and an approving look. And then we'll need...
エネルギーの供給は任せて。
Need to finish my thought before I even before I even voiced it. She was right. Even surrounded by tight engine, the energy was scattered and unstable. Shaping it into anything usable would require more focused, purified source. And right now, only Nita had that kind of control.
ルンドゥビの私の全力を出すから。
I think holding you back now?
すっきりしたよ。私の力は愛する人を守るためのもの。分析員の存在がそれを証明してくれたんだ。
Need to close her eyes and step deliberately toward me. Did she punch me? No, then with a soft thump, she pressed her forehead gently against my chest.
だから見てて。
So I guess we're taller than her. We're either taller than her or she just... Yeah, we're... Hold on, let me do the math. We're like 1 feet taller than her.
全力で戦う私の姿を。
I'll be watching Anita, just like I always have. I'm watching and I'm looking and I'm stalking. Listen, Anita. I see a...
もう使いこなせたのか、分析員。
There's a white, like, slug here. Crawl space. Thanks, but I still prefer mountain pistol. With a hail of bullets and flying ribbons, the Riddle and I took down every enemy within a 100-foot radius. So, 30 meters. Dude, you are not playing Siege. 30 meters is not enough. You're not playing Warframe. But just like in Zone 16, the enemies being taken down began rising again. Someone was feeding them energy remotely. So that's Edda.
復活した。どういう。
It's kind of complicated. I'll explain later. Nita, how is it going over there?
あとちょっとだから。
She closed her eyes, steadying her breath, centering her thoughts. Then, without hesitation, she stepped into the inferno blazing within her mind. If that fire is going to take something from me, so be it. Let it take the fear, the doubt, the old scars.
私は一度生き残った。炎、黒煙、屋根から生き延びた。なのに、ずっと炎の海に心を逃げ出せずにいて、大事なものをなくしちゃうのが怖くって。それでおおらかに振る舞って強気でこだわらない性格でビビっているのをずっと隠してた。でもあの火の壁はずっと私の中で燃えていて、そのせいで息苦しくって自分のことを直視できなくなって。
Raise your grin and fire. Not in my watch.
ありがとう、分析員。でもね、もう逃げなくてもいいんだ。というか、これ以上逃げちゃダメだ。こんな私でも愛されてるんだから。それだけでもう十分なんだ。私の華麗なる神聖を見届けて。さようなら。自信がなかったかつての私。自分を疑わせて幸せになっちゃいけないと囁いてくるあの声を、今日この日ここに置いていく。さようなら。私をかくまってくれていた隠れ家。もっとあったかい場所を見つけたんだ。そこには友達、家族と私が唯一愛する男がいる。なんとしてもそこに戻らなければ。最後にさようなら。私の悪夢となった炎。 もう何かを奪われるのは怖くなんかない。だって一番大事な人はもう私の命の一部になったんだから。だから燃え盛る炎よ、私に従え。敵を燃やし尽くせ。
Just one hit, enough to make the world tremble. A blinding light erupted, consuming the Titans, the sea base, the entire world, in radiant white. Silence followed, broken only by ringing in my ears. You gave us tinnitus.
我ながらかっこいい。分析員もきっと手を叩いて喜んでくれてるよね。
Impressed that we can still hear you.
ちょっと待って、これってちょっとやりすぎたんじゃ。眩しすぎて分析員が何も見えなかったらどうしよう。
Yes, I couldn't see. I saw everything. You did it, Nita. You really did. How is she like putting her hands on her hips if we caught her in arms?
やっぱり全てを焼き尽くす力を得たとしても、私は分析員と見つめ合うと心の底からときめいちゃうんだ。
As the radiance faded, the girl who was bright and warm like sunlight stood by my side once again. But the fight wasn't over yet. Nerida. In which needed, she already knew what I meant. Two energy ribbons sliced through the sea floor. Hurtling? I think it's meant to spell hurling. Hurling toward the blazing orb below. Got it. Working together, we anchored the immense power unleashed by Nita to the base of the lift. For a moment, Nerida's body trembled. Her ribbons wavered. Nerida. She pulled herself together in an instant, her eyes fiercely once more. Proud and tough as ever, she refused to show even the slightest hint of weakness, especially after witnessing Nita's true power. Seeing her resolve, I tightened my grip on the ribbons and raised my voice. Next, full assault toward the seafloor. I need to have a serious talk with her once this is all over. Fairy. Again, Acacia. Do we have loadouts? Yeah, I think we have loadouts for, I don't know, the artifacts of this game. Anyway, let's begin. We now have Nita Pulse, so I guess we can trial her. If we don't need to fight long range. Well, rim lighting. Let me guess, we're gonna have to fight on the elevator. Because they're gonna jump down from above. Or the elevator's gonna like fall down. Yep. Okay, we also gotta find the elevator. While it's like accelerated. Q.
まとめて火の海に
E.
私がやるそんなんで富が私を呼んでるのだ
I think I need to like press it.
私がやる
Yeah, it has like a gauge on the on below, so nope.
そんなんで威張ってどうすんの
Yep.
慌てない慌てないあとちょっと
Okay, let's switch back to an arena for him.
来るだけ
It's E, not left click. Yeah, she is overkill for these enemies.
この戦いもらったぞなんだあっけない
Ult. And we use our skill on the big guys. Pretty big range as well.
全力でかかってくるだろ
遅れてはないよね
You also either gain health or temporary health on her skill, so.
敵を全部倒したのに汚染がひどいままだなんて
だってタイタンの巣窟だもんね。悪あがきはやめなよ。あっちへ送ってあげるから。
分析
もう遅いんだけどね。
こういう時は盛り上がらないと
Unstoppable decay, the world reflected in her eyes. Was it the ancient enigmatic expanse of the night sky? Or the still shadowed depths of the ocean? A young girl in a white dress, standing alone in the dark. Through a lifeless screen, her tear-filled eyes gaze toward a silent world. Data expunged. Data concealed. Timestamp 2026. Question mark, what a condition. Clear skies.
質問。使命を遂げたら、エッタはみんなのそばに戻れるの？
エッタ任務以外のことを考えるのではありません
So T is related to Edda somehow.
了解。任務以外のことは考えるのではない。
さっき私の言った任務内容も
確認完了。エッタの任務は一刻も早くバルダー抑制剤の開発を成功させて人類を救うこと。
Timestamp 2029. With a condition. Clear skies.
実験成功。人類史上初めてのバルダー抑制剤の完成だ。
Dot.
疑問。今の不具合は喜びに似た感情なのかな。
Dot.
返答なし。 確認を繰り返す。ここにエッタしかいない。14万2857回目。確認を繰り返す。
Timestamp 2040. Weather condition, clear skies.
帰りたい。みんなの元に戻りたい。
So either like Eda was abandoned, or like is forbidden to be accessed, or the people who wanted Eda to create the Baldur inhibitor just like once he shed its sun, they just like ran getting it, like using it on people.
みんなと喋りたい。
Timestamp 2045. Weather condition, clear skies. It's always clear skies. Interesting.
確認。本システムに修復不可能なエラーが起きている。
So she was not maintained for like 26 years, if my math isn't wrong. 16 or 26 years, I forgot.
使命の遂行のため、モジュールを完全遮断。
Timestamp 2057. November 16. Weather condition, clear skies.
大放射情報確認。安全部部長、分析員。分析員。質問。エッタを迎えに来てくれた人なの？
Druid collapsed, spent at Eda's feet. The so-called options were nothing more than a hollow gesture. Anytime she fell, Eda would reset the board, presenting the same choices again and again. How many times had it been now?
まだ続ける気？もう諦めなよ。もしかして時間稼ぎ？
Possibly both.
私を試してるの？
Eda let a quiet sigh as she watched Yogurt, battered, yet unyielding.
言っとくけど、ここは外と違って時間の流れがとっても遅いんだ。同じことをいくら繰り返したって。
She could be stalling, but she would have to do it a lot because your computer updates what, like 1 million times a second, even on like 3 million times a second on like regular computers. And like these are like sci-fi future AI, so there 1 second, so for us 1 second is there like probably like years potentially, kind of like the Matrix, but more, not Matrix, Inception, but you know, much more passage of time, because our human brains process much slower than you know, future AIs.
知っている。あら、なんでここまでするの？知っているから。あなた、私のシステムに侵入できないって。
And I gave two options. One, the first one was to only way was to create one was by fostering negative emotions. But Yogurt had remained calmly observant. Nature Yogurt's doubt, frustration, fear, and despair, letting them fester, distort, and slowly eat away at her from within. Then, when the moment came, when Yogurt's mind finally collapsed under its own weight, and it would seize full control. That was the plan.
図星だったみたいね。うるさい。あなたみたいな時代遅れのシステムなんて一瞬で破っちゃうから。
But I suppressed the ripple of unease rising within her, maintaining a calm facade.
でも、私を完全に削除することはできない。そうだよね。
But Yogurt had already seen through her. After all, they were the same type of AI.
さっき見たの。あなたの過去を。私みたいに人類を救うために感情を封じ込めた時のこと。そんなのもう奪い返したんだよ。
For the first time, Eda could no longer suppress her rage. Maybe what she felt was closer to fear. In one swift, brutal motion, she sees Yogurt, hoisting her off the ground like a rag doll, and drags her toward the platform's edge.
最後のチャンスだ。おとなしく権限を渡すか、完全に消されるか。何回聞いても、私は約束を絶対に守るから。何の約束？分析員お兄さんとの約束。絶対に。ふざけないで！
The moment that name left Yogurt's lips, Eda's once pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her fingers curled tighter, joints creaking audibly. A dark shadow crossed her contorted face.
まだわからないの？あなたは頭から足の先までただの嘘だよ。その体も感情も全部私が作ってやったんだから。嘘なんかじゃない。少なくとも今はもう嘘じゃなくなっている。確かに私はあなたが作った人形なのかもしれないけど、でもだから何なの？嘘なのは知っているし、知っているから私は信じるの。彼への気持ちこそが私とあなたの違い。
It wasn't an illusion. A glittering tear welled at the corner of her crimson eye.
エッタ、私はもう自分の真実を見つけたの。つまんない。
As the tears slid down her cheek, Eda loosened her grip. And in that moment, the petite figure who so deeply unsettled her vanished into the abyss.
カローンを強行突破する。処理能力を損なっても構わない。
Back in reality, she issued what felt like a final directive to herself.
まったく、なんであんな言葉にムカついちゃうんだ。
Once, in her pursuit of humanity's salvation, she had willingly cast aside her own emotions. The shards had allowed her to endure the endless solitude, but at the cost of losing the very essence of what made her whole. She had become forever estranged from the one thing that defined humanity, the ability to feel. So another thing about data storage is that if it's not powered on, especially if it's SSDs, if it's not powered on, then data would get lost because you need electrons to charge the cells. And so in this case, I assume they are using SSDs, given that they can like degrade in this way. And yet, if she truly possessed the heart, a soul of her own, would she have endured this endless night for so long? Rust flaked from the mechanical colossus, falling like silent tears, shattering as they struck the earth. It was the cry of steel, soulless and cold, yet it howled with an unwavering wish. A wish to forever protect those you cherish. A wish to erase the sorrow of farewells that never end. So,
タクティカルシステム起動。あなたの真実を私がこの手でねじりつぶしてみせる。
oh, this looks like a boss. Yeah, it's SP58 Singularity. Ooh. If you know what Singularity means, it means creating an AI capable of simulating evolution. Or just a really powerful AI in general. So, I guess they are really powerful AI. Well, we already know, you know. But that just proves it even worse. Acacia again. So yeah, Let's move out. Move out. Thank you. You have a Glock? Or like a 1911? I can't tell.
ここにいないのか。
プロップスチューニングシェルセット。ここはお花は散るし皮は枯れちゃう。すべては無に帰すのなら大事にしてるものに意味なんてあるの。だから私は選んだ。羽を自ら切り落としてここ日が当たらない心配であなたが
I guess she does look like a biblical angel.
信じられ
Opus Watcher lost technological singularity.
あれは夜なのか。
いや、あれは
Eda.
エッダの声。
分析に
Yeah, we look like we have a Glock with a
と肩を並べて戦う。
muzzle attachment of some sort.
私が認めるのはお前だ。怒りはもう一つの闇に押される。
It's highly vulnerable to skill damage, but we aren't doing much damage. Maybe we need to use Nita.
これで布石が揃う。
Ow.
来た来た。まとめて火の海に沈め。
We need to control, so I don't think we can use that ability. Okay, that does a lot of damage. Now.
慌てない慌てない。やばそう。私がやる。おりゃはあ。ぶっ飛べ。 私がやる。
Guess we just spam this ability because it does the most damage right now. Guess the ult doesn't do damage to it, so we have to use the ability. Now we gotta fight and it's summon, I think. Just have to protective device evade the battlefield while attack. Can we just fight her? We can. I think we were invulnerable during our skill, so we might as well just spam it. Yeah, Nita's overpowered, guys. I think Nerida's better for like clearing crowds, so AoE, but then for bosses it would be Nita. Nita's skill is also good for AoE or her burst, but not her skill. So glad we have her. If there's like a boss we can't beat, we'll just use her.
傷を癒してあげればみんなを助けられると思ってた。だってみんなが苦しんでるのはだいたい体が弱いからだ。病、老衰、死亡、理論上時間さえあればどうとでもなることばかり。
It's possible we could have we could deal with disease in the future by using stuff like nanotech. We can administer even something basic, even like let's say alcohol. If we can have nanotech injected directly into the cells and break their cell membranes, we can just kill them. Or same if I cancer. Nano diseases, you can use nanobots, nanotech to like administer medication directly. You can remove certain cells or replace cells. Aging and death, they are kind of the same. They work in the same vein. At least like natural causes of death. If it's for example, if it's pulmonary, you can clear blockages in the blood vessels using nanotech and nanobots. Currently, our tech is to either there's a few ways. One way is to make a new path for the vessels. I believe it's called a bypass, but I don't know if it has like a more specific name in this case. It's a bypass. There is a currently the most common thing is we inject a expanding web into your vein that will flow to your heart, the specific vessel, and then expand. Heart attacks, we can kind of like pacemakers, but administer stronger pulses. In large hearts, you can just replace the heart in the future. As for aging cause death, cells have a thing called telomeres. Telomere is a substance that's found at the end of every single chromosome. Every time your body does cell division, the telomere gets slightly shorter, and eventually you run out of telomeres and your cells can no longer divide, and that's how you die naturally, like dying of old age. There are animals on Earth that can already do this, but problem is it's hard to do gene therapy like this on people. So yeah, I'm sure in some sci-fi future we can solve aging and diseases and stuff like that, and death. Unless it's like if you mean like, what about dying of a car accident, or it's you can just basically like buff human genes in some way, like for example, like you can solve a lot of injuries from just removing bones in your feet, like changing the feet structure. That can already solve like millions of lives because of foot injuries and stuff. There's a lot of things you can do, from like bioengineering, gene modification, but that's gonna take. We probably won't see it in our lifetime. So future viewers from the next century or something, yeah. Maybe this is gonna be a thing in your time, but not in ours. And in this game, well, humanity didn't get to that point because of Juvosis and Titans.
でもその後、私は自分が間違ってると気づいた。傷が治っても、みんなの魂はまだもがき続いている。愚かで残酷な争いは止まったりしない。人間は怯えながら傷つけ合っている。死を失うことを日夜恐れている。その恐怖心がみんなを貪欲にさせて、その貪欲さでみんなはさらに残酷になる。 私は体を治せても心までは治せない。だから私は考えた。すべての原因は彼らが存在する形、つまり肉体にあるって。いくら治してやっても、個々の命をつなぎ止めても何も変わらなかった。肉体が存在する限り、人の恐怖心は消えないんだ。だから私はたどり着いたんだ。肉体が全ての元凶なら、それを捨てればいいという答えに。脆い肉と骨から解放させて、みんなを永遠の新世界へと導く。病気も死も恐怖も存在しない新世界、バルハラへ。それは命への冒涜で、人間性の剥奪だってのは知ってる。でも誰かがやらなくちゃいけないんだ。だったら私が、人類を救うという使命を与えられたこの私が実現させてやる。たとえ
だ。
停止したようだ。
うん。そろそろ全てを終わらせよう。
Grab the confinement serum. I stared down at the confinement serum in my hand. The cold metal pressed into my palm, heavier than it should have been, as if it carried a choice too great for anyone to bear. It had to come from Yogurt. As she ejected her protective barrier, she placed the serum in my hands. It was a correct plea, her way of telling me to end it, to put an end to the twisted existence she'd become. The weight settled on my chest, making each breath feel harder than the last. After a long moment, I slipped the serum back into my coat. Then I reached out my hand to her.
分析員
分析員に任せて。
Yogurt, can you hear me?
わからない。どうしてみんな私を拒絶するの？みんなを救いたいだけなのに、みんなにこれ以上苦しまず怖がらないでほしいだけなのに。
Didn't hit me. This wasn't really Yogurt. Her mind had been overwritten, reduced to nothing more than a mouthpiece for Ella. So, you're still asleep. But I didn't back down. I planted my feet firmly, determination burning in my eyes. If you're lost in a dream, then let me be the one to wake you up. From the very beginning, you were wrong, Eda. Yogurt. You were never meant to bear the weight of saving humanity. The colossal form trembled violently, as if something deep within had been shaken by my words. This is humanity's burden to carry, not yours. Only by facing our own weaknesses, our own fears, can we ever hope to find true salvation.
恐怖心に勝ったからって何だっていうの？まとまりのない個々の肉塊だってことも、数十年でも経ったら死んじゃうことも何も変わらないじゃない。
ふざけるな。
Yur's voice trembled, laced with disdain and fury. I know your story now. I can say this with certainty. You're walking the very path Madame Borisova always hoped you would.
人類の歴史はそのたったの数十年が積み重なってできたんだ。我々の意志はいつだってつながっている。
恐怖とともに数百万年、
恐怖心は消せないけど、少なくとも恐怖に支配されないようにはできるから。 恐怖に支配されないようにはできるから。
Nita stepped forward from the other side, taking her place on my left. Her gaze was steady, strong, yet gentle.
はいはい、希望、それから信じること、希望、それから信じることを選ぶことを選ぶことだってできるし、もっともっと素敵なことだってできるし、もっともっと素敵な感情を育てることだってできる。
だから何？私たちはあなたたちとは違う。私たちの願いは人類の救済。そのために私は
You're wrong. I raised my voice. Yogurt, is this truly the only thing you wish for?
分析員お兄さん、一つお願いを聞いてほしいです。ここの任務が終わったら海から離れて皆さんと一緒に外の世界を見に行きたいです。質問、使命を遂げたらエッタはみんなのそばに戻れるの？質問、エッタを迎えに来てくれた人なの？
I knew this wasn't all she wished for. In truth, it wasn't even a wish. It was a directive. It was her purpose, their purpose, and an inescapable fate written into them from the very beginning. And if I were to deny that, meaning what all their sacrifices have, still, even so, now that they had come to understand what it means to feel, how could they not long for someone to say to them that simply living was enough? They didn't need the purpose to matter. Or perhaps that someone could become the very reason they chose to live. Yogurt, if you want to leave this place, if you want to see the outside world, then go. I will be with you. We'll go together. The air around us turned still. Only the low, guttural hum of the Titan remained. Then she answered. Her voice was faint, yet unmistakably clear, as if carried to me from across a vast distance. At that instant, a brittle crack echoed from deep within the Titan's core, like a mechanism slipping free of its restraints. The sound came and went in a heartbeat, like the flutter of wings escaping a cage. Light, free, and brimming with quiet exhilaration. Without hesitation, I inserted the prepared black box chip into the massive core. The moment the processing chip made contact, a soft pulse of light rippled outward, expanding in concentric waves. Transfer complete. We had successfully extracted Yogurt's consciousness from the Titan. Titan's body trembled, then fell into motionless, dormant state. But only for a brief moment. In the next instant, its frame lit up again, red warning lights pulsing in rapid succession. And from within that glow, a small spectral figure emerged. Now, it's your turn, Edda. Edda remained silent for a moment, and she spoke, slow and deliberate, her tone unreadable.
ありがとう。私たちを救おうとしてくれて。でも、私はあいつと違う。一方的な施しのような救済なんて必要ないの。あなたの言う通り、本当の救済は逃げるのではなく、向き合うことだ。
I nodded, offering a faint smile. I'm not going to forgive you for your crimes, but you must understand that sooner or later, You'll have to face this yourself.
だから私は進み続ける。願いと使命とともに未来へ向かう。今度は唯一の答えを持って会いに来る。
And when the time comes, I'll seek you out to settle this once and for all. I knew her true form wasn't here. Even if I had destroyed the phantom before me, it would change nothing. Her figure began to dissolve, fading with a crimson glow as it dimmed around the Titan.
ブロックセラム回収っと。夜の意識もちゃんと保存できた。じゃあ次はあのタイタンをなんとかしないとね。
Right. You have to end this now. Destroy it before it reactivates. I know it was gone, but the massive Titan remained. Its body continued to ooze Titagen contamination, tainting everything around it. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long until before another large Titan emerged, or worse, the entire facility could become part of it.
それなら実験場ごとを沈めればいい。
沈める？
ああ、この研究センターを設計した当時の人たちは保険としてここを海上、海中、海底実験場の3ブロックに分けた。海面制御センターでそれぞれのブロック間にある連結を切れば。
もう変異者が生成され始めたの？
I feel like if we disconnect it, it's gonna be... They're gonna find a way to swim up, eventually. Either as like a submersible Titan or something, I don't know. But I feel like this place should just be destroyed if it's that contaminated, I don't know.
分析員、もう時間はない。決断の時だ。
Let's do it. But now that I activated the life support capsule built into my exosuit, the lift's out. We'll have to take an unconventional route up. Let's take this to reach the drainage outlet, then fill up using the buoyancy mode.
さすが分析。用意周到だね。
そうと決まれば早速行くぞ。
Reaching us, Nerida unfurled her ribbons once more. As if sensing our intent, the Titan behind us let out a metallic screech. In the next instant, countless vines erupted from its core, sprawling, writhing, surging towards us. Enough! I tossed out my hand, channeling my ability, trying to absorb the Titan and halt the vines before they could overrun us.
こんな状況で無茶するな。
Nerida's ribbon slashed out, coiling around the Titan's core in an instant, locking it in an unbreakable grip. As her ribbon strained energy from the core, the vines began to wither, curling into lifeless husks.
ここは私に任せろ。お前たちは早く海面制御センターへ向かうんだ。連結を切るためには夜の権限も必要だろう。
でもそれじゃね。
お前たちが連結を切った瞬間、入り口が閉じる前にベルトを使って安全な場所に脱出する。ここで命を落としても意味はない。そうだろ、分析員。
For the first time, I saw her flash a light-hearted smile, like a traveler letting go of all burdens and stepping into a long-awaited journey. Every premonition pressed against my chest. I could almost see what was coming, but even so, I had to respect her choice. I trust you until the very end.
ああ、また後で。
The sound of her fierce shout, I turned back, only to see her energy ribbons flashing out in a brilliant cascade, like a celestial river of light. Her silhouette was blurred by the overwhelming radiance, like a magnificent crimson spider lily, unfolding in its final, breathtaking bloom. Her ribbons tore through the enemies before me, but in doing so, they pierced through her own body as well. I'm sorry, Nita.
大丈夫。わかってるよ。絶対に無事に戻ってきて。
騙して、すまん。海底実験場の連結を断つのに、海面制御センターはそもそも必要。
Oh, she just wanted us to go away.
ここに降りる前に細工を施した。最後のプログラムを はすぐに沈むようになっている。
As her body reached its limit, all of her ribbons shattered, dissolving into a crimson rain that painted the world red. The moment she pressed the button, the distant roar of rushing water filled her ears. She closed her eyes. She began her descent into the abyss, deeper and deeper, into a place no light could ever reach. And yet, for the first time in a long while, she felt at peace.
これでいいんだ。彼の言う通り、私は自分の意志を貫いた。
Once she had carried the vision passed down by her grandmother to save humanity, to protect those who could not defend themselves. But in the end, all that remained was a single, stubborn wish. Almost childish, utterly insignificant. An urge to keep a certain someone alive, to protect him with everything she had.
まったく、こんな衝動を覚えるなんて情けない。
Yet the feeling was real, so overwhelming. So, what we see in the title screen, in the login screen, was her, like, what's the word, like, syncing with the facility. What happens after? Well, we'll see. Like a flame burning in her chest, bright, unrelenting, almost painful in its intensity.
でも、もっと早くこの気持ちに気づいて、早く彼に告白できていたら。まあいい。この際、どうでもいい話だ。少なくとも最後の最後、私が見たのは、彼の涙や戸惑いではなく、迷わずに前へ進む彼の背中だった。そんな彼ならきっと成し遂げられるはずだ。ネリーだ。
A soft golden glow blossomed in the darkness.
ネリーだ。覚えているかい？子供の頃、一番綺麗な景色は何って私に聞いたわよね。
おばあちゃん、なんで急にそれを。
その質問、大事なのは答えじゃないわ。大事なのは、おばあちゃんがそこから感じたあなたの悔いよ。
The light before her grew brighter. And my eyes.
たったの数日だけだが、あの温かい思い出をまたなくしてしまうと思うと、やっぱり怖いんだ。でも、だからこそ手を伸ばしてはダメだ。これは私が選んだ道だ。強者として貫き通すべきもの。
She felt herself fragile. This desperate lies, whispering them over and over, trying to calm the tremor in her soul. She just had to convince herself to believe that it was over. However, it's never over. Then I'll fight for what you truly desire, with everything I have, until my last breath. So please, stay with me. So I guess we said both lines. Don't let fear take you away. And also that line we said to Yogurt and Etta. However, the heart longed for something else entirely. With the last of her strength, she forced her arm upward, reaching for that distant light. Her limbs felt like dead weight, but she wouldn't stop. Almost there. Almost there. Just a little higher, and she could reach his... Then something unexpected happened. Hold on, Nerida. The shattered ribbons swirled to life, coiling once more around her wrists, pulling her toward the one she could never bear to lose.
関、
That dazzling light wasn't an illusion. It was real. The instant her fingers touched his, the raging current stilled. It felt as though she had slipped into a realm of fantasy. A gentle force surged through her, pushing the Titagen from her body. And then the energy began to heal her. She didn't understand how it worked, but she could feel her body slowly repairing itself.
ここは
Don't worry, this is my inner mind. In that fleeting instant when I came into contact with Edda, I absorbed and stored her energy within me. Edda? Edda. What? And now in this moment, I'd used it as a key, unlocking the gates to my very own Valhalla. This was my domain, a world created by my will. A place where I held the power to reshape all things. Now, just hold on to me. I told you, saving the world was never meant to be a one-man mission, or a one-sided effort. So, before I save the world, I'll save you first. In the depths of the silent abyss, reborn and whole again, she let fall the tears no one would ever see.
手を伸ばすだけでよかったんだ。つかめないと思っていた光が手のひらに。
Was she like monologuing her inner thoughts? What followed was a long, peaceful ascent. I returned to the surface. Hold on, let me add the tags. File 1, interesting. Laura, I have no idea who you are, but you said yo, and that was over half an hour ago. We added the tags. AR, Sharon, C, base. Okay. File 1. Dawn, Confession and Pharaoh. Welcome to Heimdall.
目の前で輝く星々。何億万年も前から存在する惑星。それらの光を浴びて輝く巨大なスペースシャトル。重力から逃れて果てしない宇宙を自由に飛ぶ様を、我々の故郷である地球はそばで静かに見守ってくれて。遥か昔の神話時代からたくさんの汗と涙と血で作り上げた夢が初めての有人スペースシャトルの打ち上げでようやく現実になったの。その現実の美しさはきっとどんな言葉でも伝えきれないだろう。でも今思えば一番美しい景色ならやはりあれだと思うわ。夢を叶えるために寝る間も惜しんでひたすら頑張った後、目をこすりながら見えた景色。
おばあちゃん。
さあ、顔を上げてごらん。遠い星々と違ってすぐ目の前に私たちが生きてきた場所で見られる風景よ。それからこれからの道はあなたたちに任せるわ。美しいその感情を絶えずに受け継いでちょうだい。
Emerging from the shadowed abyss, we climbed onto the platform above, leaning on each other for support. That is a fucking lie. The artwork does not depict that. Side by side, we stood, watching as the endless night gave way to the warmth of the dawn. Now. Step toward the light. bathed in the glow of the orange-red sky, Nerida turned toward me with a faint smile. Her crimson eyes shimmered softly, like amber melted by the rising sun, radiating quiet tenderness. At the corner of her eyes, tears glistened, like Cleo, reluctant to vanish at daybreak. Are you crying?
かっこ悪いところを見せたな。だが、私のわがままを聞いてほしい。今だけ。私から目をそらさないで。このまま。弱くて、泣いてばかりの。本当の私を見ていてくれ。
Her voice, slightly hoarse, revealed a softness far removed from the strong, composed image she usually projected. Hearing such a heartfelt plea, and any lingering hesitation within me quietly melted away.
そうだ。この感じだ。私に渡したあのコート。それから、私に向かって伸びてきた手。お前はいつも迷わず私に手を差し伸べてくれる。私も何とかしてお前の気持ちに応えたいのに、いつも言葉が詰まってしまう。今だってそうだ。気がつけば涙で頬を濡らしていた。
Nerida.
自分はどうなってしまったんだろうと悩んでいた。胸が締め付けられたみたいに痛くて息ができない。なのに沼から抜け出せなくなって切り捨てることもできない。お前と二人きりになったあの夜から今もこの奇妙な感情にとらわれている。だがさっきお前が手を握ってくれたとき、手のひらから伝わるぬくもりが私の不安をすべてかき消した。その時心の底から声が聞こえた。これが答えだと。そうだ。私はきっと。
A radiant smile lit her face as dawn broke across the sky, and teardrop clinging onto the corner of her eye finally slipped free, tracing a shimmering golden trail down her cheek.
きっとどうしようもなく分析員を好きになったんだろう。
Well, you're in the line of like 20 girls. I don't remember. I barely play this game. Pounded in my chest, drowning out all other sounds. I gazed deeply into Nerida's eyes, full of tears reflecting the sunrise. It was more beautiful than any other scenery. Nerida. Calling her softly, I reached out and gently wiped away her tears. I wonder if polygamy is like a thing in this world. Because she Adjutant got kissed by Yao, and then he kissed Nita twice and like said he loves her, and now he's having this. So I wonder if polygamy is legal and stuff. She did the same for me. Now I've learned everything about you. Without us noticing, the morning sun had broken free from the sea's embrace. The world was once again bathed in golden radiance. Everything began anew. Did she? Nerida jolted slightly, as though abruptly awakened from a sweet dream.
もう時間切れか。
Her voice still had traces of tenderness from the moments before, but she quickly tried to slip back into her usual detached facade. This time, however, the transition appeared endearingly clumsy. Seeing her flustered reaction, Nita and I exchanged amused, knowing smiles. Alright, sun's up. We'd better hurry and get that conversation fixed. Under the golden morning light, we wrapped up repairs and connected with our respective contacts. The sea breeze softened the sting of parting, carrying away the last traces of exhaustion. In the distance, 2 drones cut through the morning mist, landing gently on a sea-based platform. Before going our separate ways, we decided to take a group photo to commemorate the occasion. Sure. In snapshot, I suddenly lifted Nita off the ground. Caught off guard, she instinctively grabbed my shoulders, her expression a mix of surprise and flustered shyness. Beside me, Narita wore a knowing smile, like she had foreseen this exact moment all along.
いい写真だ。大事にするよ。
もうちょっとポーズ取る時間が欲しかったな。
No, the look on your face was priceless.
分析、本当に言ってる？
あ、そういえば、一つだけ心残りがあったね。
What is it?
あの勝負の勝敗だ。
勝負？
あそこの小屋でやったそれ。
分析。
Narita, maybe don't phrase it like that. You're making it sound way more suggestive than it was. Lay down your weapon before it's too late.
今思えば、こっちが優勢にあったはずだ。
If that's so, now you're saying you'd like a rematch.
ああ、ユグドラシル最強と真剣勝負ができるチャンスだって、めったに。
ねえ、分析。
Don't worry, Nita. It's just a friendly match.
それはどうだろう。
With that, Narita calmly drew out the same pen, readying herself for combat. Sorry, Nita. Looks like you do have something to worry about. Seeing my resolve, Nita let out a soft chuckle, putting on a casual front. Front? Front. Probably to reassure me. I was thinking of front and font at the same time. That's why I said front. Jesus Christ.
まあいいよ。でも絶対に負けないで。
You better look at my win rate on Siege. I promise. Smiling, I reached out and gently ruffled her hair. And I'll make sure no one gets hurt this time.
それで、準備はいいのか？
Are we actually fighting, or is it just like lore fighting? Already in her battle sense, Narita called out from a short distance away. Heh, bring it on. As I spoke, I smoothly drew out my handgun, angling it beneath her chin. As an unexpected thrill surged through me. Perhaps deep down, I truly enjoyed every battle against a worthy opponent. Or at the very least, I'd never been afraid of one.
では、行くぞ。
Like a sudden gust of wind, her strike sliced through the air, aiming straight for my wrist. In the same instant, her stance fluidly shifted mid-motion. Ah, she was trying to immobilize my dominant hand while dodging my shot. With her agility, she could easily pull off such a maneuver, while my real advantage had never been raw speed or skill alone. It lay in reading my opponent. So it's a lore fight. I deliberately telegraphed my recklessness, pretending I'd risk my wrist just to land the shot. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not actually a hothead after all. I've got more than a dozen girls gonna help me back home. With that thought, I smoothly twisted my wrist aside, evading her precise strike. Immediately, I adjusted my stance, preparing to counter her next move. Move or block, and I'd finish this duel with a grappling technique. But to my surprise, a serene smile suddenly blossomed on her face, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to pause. Her expression radiated quiet confidence, as though she'd already glimpsed her victory. A victory won by willingly surrendering something else entirely. She had made her choice. She's gonna kiss us or something, I assume.
好きだな。
Instead of a falling up strike, her gentle hands cradled my face. She had dropped all defenses, leaving herself completely open. Wait, Narita, what are you? What? Yep, I knew it. Before I could finish, a delicate, refreshing fragrance enveloped me. Her damp hair, glittering with tiny droplets, gently cascaded around us, shooting the fleeting blush across her cheeks. And then, in the very next heartbeat, the heat of her lips met mine. By the time my mind caught up, the gentle warmth of her tongue had already surpassed my parted lips.
お前の勝ちだ。ユグドラシルの分析。
So I guess we won her over. That's why, you know.
私からの選別よ。
And just like that, the battle ended. She won, by surrendering, by letting go. In that moment, she relinquished everything that had defined her on the battlefield, her pride, her coldness, her desire for vengeance. But most of all, she let go of the life she once lived at the Sixth Reaper. She had made her choice. She embraced Adjutant, his beliefs, his vision. She had finally realized that the true strength wasn't about dominance. It was about choosing the kind of person she truly wanted to become. And in making that choice, she found something even greater. A love deep enough to fill the emptiness in her heart, and a purpose strong enough to guide her forward. She would carry his ideals and scatter them like seeds, letting them take root along every river carved by hardship and pain.
ちなみにさっきのは私のファーストキスだ。
It's a lovely parting gift. I'll treasure it dearly. Settl's mouth tugged at her lips. Without another word, she turned and strode toward the aircraft waiting in the golden glow of dawn, never once looking back.
やっぱりネリーだって苦手。
Jealous? Oh, and what exactly about her rubs you the wrong way, Nia?
素直じゃないとか。生死を一緒に経験した仲なのに、最後までさよならもちゃんと言えないなんて。
Though Nita grumbled, there wasn't a trace of genuine frustration on her face. Or maybe she was actually too honest, in a way. She's kind of like you.
そう？
I mean, neither of you rely on words to show how you feel. You let your actions speak for you.
ああ、そう言われるとそうかも。でも、やっぱり苦手。
Any other reasons?
だって。
Yep, she's jealous.
分析員に無理やりキスしたでしょ？
Ah, so that's what this was really about.
すごく悔しかった。
I'm guessing the adjutant is gonna kiss her to make up for it, I assume.
だから帰ったらお詫びとして
Or 10 massages.
神経ケアを10回して。
Actually, speaking of that, we could probably do some massages in the base.
じゃあ、
20.
もう10回、1週間以内に。
So like almost 3 times a day, 2 or 3 times a day, on average. Deal.
じゃあ、もう20回。
40 times in like 1 or 2 weeks. So 5 to 6 times a day on average. Deal, deal, deal. With that, I scooped Nita into my arms. Anything you want? As many times as you want it.
なんでもって。
The soft blush colored her olive-toned cheeks, and her voice dropped, quieter, more tender. Of course, and if you need more time to decide, that's fine.
思いついてはいるけど、もう私になんて言われるのか知ってるくせに。
She pouted slightly, tilting her head, stealing shy glances at me from the corner of her eye. It was utterly endearing. As you wish.
じゃあ、他に言うことはもうないよ。
Her eyes fluttered shut, and a soft, contented smile settled on her lips as she murmured softly.
ねえ、分析員。
Yeah?
帰ろう。私たちのあったかい幸せな家に。
Yo. With Nina in my arms, I walked toward our aircraft, bathed in the golden rays of dawn. It must be a beautiful day, with bright, warm sunshine and home today.
おばあちゃんへ。お久しぶりです。元気にしてますか？最後の手紙から1年以上経ちました。この間にいろんなことがありました。手紙の1枚では書ききれないくらいいろんなことが。だから最初は一番大事な話にしましょう。 私、見ました。あなたが言っていた一番美しい景色を、もちろん一番大事な人と一緒に見ました。よければおばあちゃんにも紹介したいと思います。おそらくこの手紙は今までの通りにもうあなたに届くことはない
Yeah,
でしょう。
she's dead already.
しかしもう一つの可能性があると私は思います。今のあなたはきっと昔みたいに何らかの方法で私を含めた全ての人を騙して密かにイエロ社から抜け出してどこか静かな里で名前を隠しながら幸せな晩年を過ごしていると思います。今も10年前みたいに同じことで頭を悩ませているのでしょうか。こんな理不尽な世界のために自分の全てをつぎ込むのは本当に意味があるのだろうか。それを確かめるため、答えを探すため、私は再び旅に出ようと思います。その答えを見つけた後、できればおばあちゃんともう一度会いたい。その前にもう一つ大事な再会を果たさなければいけませんが。
So they had Aurora. Interesting.
おかえりなさい。わあ、すごい歓迎だね。
Didn't mean to keep you all waiting.
分析員、この天使ブブ特製のロージャーモーだよ。早く食べてみて。
気が早いわね。せめて荷物を置いてからにしたら。
そうだね。じゃあ分析員の荷物置いてくるね。
Before I could react, Booba snatched up my suitcase and pulled it toward the elevator.
後でまた来るからね。エンヤ姉が鳩のスープ作ってる。
Swabs you.
ついでに手伝ってくる。
What's gotten into her? She's even more hyper than usual.
あなたが出かける前にあんなことを頼んだせいよ。みんな冗談だって気づいてたけど、あの子だけは真に受けて数日間ずっと祈ってたの。でも結局海上基地の方は曇ってたじゃん。だから自分のせいだと思ってるみたいで、あんなに慌ててるの。
Damn.
祈りでどうこうできる話じゃないのにな。
She's a geomancer, not a hydromancer. But it was sunny on the last day. Guess her ritual worked after all, just took a little while to kick in. Anyway, how are things on your end, Katya?
ちょっと手こずってるけど、大した問題じゃないわ。後ではとにかく、そっちが順調に終わってよかったわ。やっと帰ってきたんだから、ゆっくり休みなさい。
Gee. Tell me, I thought several sharp gazes fixed on me. Do I have something on my face?
いや、ただ知らない女の子と一緒に帰らなかったのをみんなが不思議がってるの。
Well, about that. This is totally a misplaced stereotype about me.
へえ。じゃあなんで誤解されるのか、旦那も自分でちゃんとわかってるよね。
That.
まあいっか。二人して無事に帰ってきたわけだし。さーて、今日はどうする？先にご飯食べる？寝る？それとも…
Watashi? Mate. Isn't the second option usually a bath?
私んとこでは寝ることの方が優先度高いんだもん。
それはそうだけど。
Yeah?
あれ、飛行機では全然眠くなかったのに、帰ってきたら急に。
Ansley reached out, catching Nita before she could collapse.
ごめん、急にフラフ クラしてきちゃって。
Holy adrenaline or some shit.
一体どんな無茶をしたのよ。よくここまで持ちこたえたわ。
Sorry, but the welcome home party has to wait. Let's get Nita to her room first. The girls exchanged quick glances, then immediately stepped in to help me carry Nita.
ニタ、今回は本当に大変だったね。
1 week later. Nita, how are you feeling today? This is her room.
大丈夫だよ。少なくとも食欲は完全に。
Makes sense for a tomboy, she has like gym equipment here. After days of rest and proper care, the color had returned to Nita's cheeks. Though she still wasn't strong enough to get out of bed on her own, the vibrant energy in her laughter was finally back. That's a good sign. A strong appetite means you're well on your way to a full recovery.
でも最近は分析員に頼りっぱなしだからちょっと申し訳なくて。
Don't mention it. Seeing you bounce back is all the thanks I need.
おかげさまで 80% の元気を取り戻してきてるよ。
That was oddly specific.
ねえ、
She could have said 69%, you know.
もっと降りたいんだけど。
The doctor said you need at least 1 other week.
分析員がいてくれるし大丈夫っしょ。お願い、一回だけ。
Without waiting for my reply, Nita casually draped an arm over my shoulder, tilting her head upward to gently nuzzle in my chest. Fine, see you like this, I'd say you're ready for a small trial run. Let's give it a shot then.
全力で行くよ。
Easy there, champ. We're not gonna fight a titan. You're making me nervous. I took a deep breath, adjusting my stance to support her weight. Her body felt softer, lighter than before, perhaps from all the time she spent resting. Muscle atrophy, that's a thing. She hasn't like gotten off bed for like a week, so you know, muscle atrophy reduces her muscle mass, and muscle is heavy, so she's lighter.
分析員、準備できたよ。
Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Up. Just as I began to lift her, a sudden weight pressed down on me. Whoa, why are you suddenly get heavier? What? Chat? Her body felt softer than before, and then you get heavier. The unexpected pressure threw me off balance. Oh. Cancel. And in an instant, a warm, tender body pressed against mine, accompanied by a rapid throttling of her heartbeat. She seemed to be trying to lift herself. But maybe because she hadn't fully regained her strength, it only caused our bodies to press even closer.
ごめんごめん。ちょっと自信過剰だったみたい。
A vivid flush spread across Nita's cheeks, all the way to the tips of her ears.
その分析員、傷はない？見てあげよっか。
Nita,
あ、私は大丈夫だよ。体は丈夫だって知ってるでしょ。とにかく分析員の体の方が大事だから。
you're the one who fucking not like fainted, but like collapsed, bro. She kept shifting, trying to adjust her posture. One of her skin seeped through the thin sheen of sweat on her clothes, and a sharp, intimate tension lingered in the air. But before long, I realized something wasn't quite right. Nita, did you fall on purpose?
バレちゃったか。
Nita froze instantly. Almost as fast as it took you to confess.
バレちゃったんだから、これ以上隠しても意味ないじゃん。それでね、実は病弱系美少女になってみたくて。
But a frail damsel usually wouldn't say things like I'm tough as nails. Any particular reason for all this?
だってベッドから起き上がれない私の方がたくさん気にかけてくれるもん。だから新しいキャラでやってこうかなって。
That's not okay. I'd rather see you healthy and full of life. That's a way better luck on you.
あれ、じゃあ勘違いしちゃってたんだ。
She let out a long sigh, sheepishly scratching her chin as she admitted her little miscalculation. When instead of getting up, she suddenly tightened her hold around me, mischief sparking in her eyes. I almost said sparkling, but that also works.
せっかくだし、ついでにあの約束果たしてくれる？
Promise? What promise?
とぼけないでよ。いいって言ったじゃん。なんでも何回でもしてくれるって約束。
There's a reason why you should write things out on paper in specific terms. Exhaling warm breath, she leaned in and pressed her lips to mine in a hot, lingering kiss. Clearly, her appetite wasn't the only thing that had returned. I'd say that is her appetite returning. And maybe even stronger than before. Realizing exactly what she wanted, I opened my arms and wrapped them tightly around her. Someone's gonna walk in. Someone's gonna walk in. Nope, it's a time skip.
のぞむさんは今日からこちらにいるんですか？そう、分析員さんからヨルちゃんの世話係を頼まれたの。
Who is you? A tiny holographic figure projected from the drone quietly drifted behind my back as I tried to hide. What's wrong, Yogurt? I crouched down and gently patted her head, keeping my voice soft and reassuring. Before, we had managed to free Yogurt's consciousness from the abyss of Watcher. But because of the deep level of fusion, parts of her cognitive and logical functions were lost. Thankfully, Neo and Tiro seemed to have the technology to help with her recovery, so I asked Nozomi to come oversee her treatment, and assigned her as our liaison officer in New... No, what was I gonna say? She clung tightly to the hem of my coat, an old habit she hadn't forgotten.
ヨルちゃん、いい子いい子。お姉ちゃんが
Yummy button batteries.
電池を買ってあげるからね。ボタン電池を食べるんですか？
Speaking of buttons,
食べないよ。これは昇格者の間で流行ってる。
so Nozomi is a human turned AI, I assume.
私、分析員お兄さんと背の高いお姉さんとクールなお姉さんと一緒に行きたい。
Cold fish lady.
ペッターコのお姉さんと寮に行くことはありません。うわ、ひどい。
He is not flat.
なんかひどいこと言われて。
That is like a C or D.
お気持ちお察しします。
But Yogurt, you said you wanted to help me, right? And you don't have to go outside to do that. You can help us right here at the base, just like Caroline does.
そうですけど、分析員お兄さんがそばにいないと、私一人じゃ。
Of course you can. I predicted what he said. Back then, even when I was by your side, you still kept your promise, didn't you? Held on my pinky, poking it gently around her tiny finger. Besides, this place is my home. I may leave for my missions now and then, but I'll always come back.
そうですか。分析員お兄さんがそういうのなら、頑張ります。
It's my girl. It was on me.
はい。
Easy, Ida. No need to be so uptight. So, I'll be counting on you to look after Yogurt. And if you get the chance, maybe show her around New Zero.
もちろん。でもやっぱり今度一緒に行かない？あれからずっと会ってないでしょ？
Izami shot me a playful look, raising an eyebrow.
ま、ただの冗談。お忙しいのはわかるわよ。取り込み中みたいだから、先にヨルちゃんを新しいオフィスへ案内するね。
Sounds good. We'll catch up later.
バイバイ、分析員お兄さん。バイバイ、つるぺたのお姉さん。あえて強調しなくて結構です。
Nozomi is not flat, bro.
みんな言っちゃいましたね。
Like, even Caroline is... somewhere A to C, I don't know.
それで、なんでのぞむさんを呼んだのか説明してくれませんか？夜のお世話くらいなら私にも。
Two reasons. First, I didn't want to put anything more on your plate. You're already carrying plenty. Second, Nozomi knows New Zero better than anyone. If there's a chance, I want Yogurt to see it with her own eyes. I want her to witness how humanity perseveres through hardship and rebuilds what was lost. Even though transcendence and bionics hold entirely different beliefs, when it truly matters, they set aside their differences and come together, building a future worth hoping for.
つまり、見学旅行でエッタと違う性格の AI にして、 私たちの味方になってもらおうという。
That's up to the future. That's up to the future to decide. For now, let's focus on the present. By the way, Caroline, I heard things have gotten complicated at the Academica Archipolis again.
あれはなんというか、そちらにもちょっと関係してる話。
I guess it's Narita trying to transfer here or something. Oh?
アクロポリス学院内部で、この前、分析員と一緒に任務に出たネリーダさんの不法。
That's probably a cover-up.
死因でも別の情報によると、本当のところは消息不明になったとかなんとか。うちの調査部もそれで混乱してるようです。
From what we saw earlier, she's probably like traveling around the world and like seeing, you know, sights. Typical Narita, always playing by her own rules.
分析員？
Nothing. Do we have any leads on where she might have gone?
それは残念ですが、調べさせましょうか。
Nah, that won't be necessary. I was just thinking out loud. She's no enemy of ours. Whatever path she chooses from here, it's her decision to make. A faint smile crossed my lips as my gaze drifted toward the distant horizon beyond the window. And besides, leaving without a goodbye just means fate has a reunion planned for us somewhere down the road. I assume that's her. Like arriving on the train or something. Or like a taxi. As the door stood open with soft hiss, a pair of slender legs stepped onto the pavement with effortless grace. Yep, it's her. Her silver hair cascaded like silk, and her porcelain skin seemed to glow in the sunlight. Removing her sunglasses, she brushed a few loose strands behind her ear, gazing upward at the imposing white building before her. Yep, I knew it. Classic. As if drawn by an unseen force, her gaze drifted toward the last glass doors ahead. And there, unmistakably familiar, stood the man she hadn't been able to stop thinking about. The very man who had claimed her first kiss. Her ruby lips curved into a faint and enigmatic smile. The rhythmic click of her heels on the pavement echoed like a herald of destiny, signaling the reunion written in the stars. And so, at long last, the solitary vessel that had drifted between the underworld and the realm of the living had found its harbor. Dang, I was gonna take a screenshot. Dang. To be continued. Have I seen the prelude yet? I think I have. Let's look at the other part of the events. I assume we have more parts unlocked since we completed the main story. You need level 20 for that. Trial, we've already done that. That's ended. So these have all ended. Oh, this is, yeah, I need double ready. This one, I've done this a little bit. That's why I have the shotgun and you know, other stuff. Yeah, I guess a lot of stuff needs me to, like, you know, progress more into the game. Okay, so these are. This is a weapon detachment. This is, I don't know what that is. I'll get the most expensive thing right here, which is this. This is an AR. It looks like an M4. We don't have enough, so okay, you know, it needs that currency. 160 of that. Let's get all of these so that we can. No, that's a premium currency. Let's get this. I'll do the rest later. I guess now's a good time to push the main campaign. Hands. Alright, that's right. She has like extra hands. There's no team comp yet. Level 15. Level 7 weapons and 1 friend request. Yeah, this is the part. Man, this looks like the ADS with stability. I guess this reduces the like increases accuracy and also health. That's interesting. Main story. Venture deep. We're gonna use the canonical team comp for now until we face hard content.
静かに
Defeat the enemies blocking the way. I don't like how there's like constantly a red outline on my screen.
目標達成指示を待つ
Our magazine is just massive. Look at our combat record. Okay. I think we can go prone or crouch in this game, like without needing cover. The positioning would be insane, and also like leaning. We don't have enough range for that. It broke my cover, and I can't get cover here. Why can't I? Yeah, I guess we should also go do the massages since Nita wanted it. Them. You know, we'll make for good content, you know. You check the tags there a bit in comments, if any. None. Mission system unlocked. Adjutant, you're a rookie when it comes to combat. Come with me. Oh yeah, I'm rookie. Ration. Oh, so is this either tutorials or music tutorials? Okay, we'll do them in a bit. But there's probably nothing important, you know, so I can probably just do it off screen. And can we pull? Echo. No. Base. Database, she's living in the database. What? Let's check on life. Still minute. Medicine box. Life uses painkillers really fast. I have to remind her to stock up again. Painkillers. Okay. Those don't look painkillers, unless it's like in a compartment. Unless it's like under here or it's in the compartment. But those look like there's three things these could be. These could be IV bags, IV drips, or cold packs or heat packs. Given that there's particles coming off it, it's one of those. So yeah, let's see why she's in her bed. Never mind. Goodbye. Nope. Okay, let's go to the... Did we have anything else? Where is the sus room? Is it here? Right, this is the sus room. There's Haru. Mystery. Okay. You guys drinking coffee? Is that cup empty? It looks empty.
暇ならちょっと話そうぜ。
Yeah, make a way to click her cash. Interesting. Where's the prompt? Is it here? Nope. Right here. Huh. I wonder what's preventing us from I assume maybe we have to meet them in the story, or we have to like raise their affinity. 1 1 2. No, Fanny's affinity is still at 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, her affinity is still at 1, but we can't give her massage yet. So I assume we need to meet them in the story first. Well, too bad, because no content for me. No Gruner bait. Alright, let's continue. I guess we can look at operations. Putting skill, use support skill at the right time. I haven't used support skill yet. I've accidentally pressed on it once. Do we have to use it? Use support skill to push the target off. Okay. One more. Do we have to use a support skill, or can we just kill him? Okay, we only need to do it once. With the weak spot of enemies, just point and click, point and shoot. This is the scene from earlier. I feel like this should unlock earlier, because we played through like into chapter 2 and it finally unlocked. This should be chapter 1. Because there has to be players that don't know mechanics, and when you're in chapter 2, you basically grasp everything in here. Okay, we need to damage the missile. Missile launcher. Do we need now? No. We can't do the next one yet. Interesting. Investigate. Let's move out. Let's continue. Alright. Let's see, where did those creeps hide the forbidden object at? Don't look past anything suspicious. Like what? Nope. There's that. It's a lore fragment though, if I recall. Okay, listen to my Gospel Chapter 1. Two publications bearing the logo of the Adventist. Okay, so basically... So Minecraft, basically. Minecamp, not Minecraft. We can't jump here. Don't like how we can only jump under certain missions.
タイタンを信仰するのは世間の罪を浄化するため。タイタンは心からの祈りに応える。降臨団のスローガンを読む。箱に広告しか入ってなかったんだもの。目に入ったからつい読んじゃっただけ。
予備は十分にある。役に立たない。目標の排除を確認。
Destroy 10 destructible objects, okay.
いや、必要ないでしょう。
Next stage. Probably story one. Traps and miss. The secret is not easily revealed. Ventus poured out of subway tunnels to corridors and emergency passages like rats, pushing at our firing guns all the way to the subway platform. The battle idols darted to and fro, skillfully shooting the final bullets at their intended targets. The first battle with the Adventists had finally come to an end. Pip-Boy is angry. The chorus system began emitting a quiet alarm. As outlined in the mission brief, I led Life and Fenny in search of the forbidden object. The concentration of Titan here is really incredibly hot. I can feel my skin starting to sting. I lifted so many skincare products again. By the way, Adjutant, how did I do in the fight just now? You did awesome, so heroic. What a half-hearted compliment. Despite her statement, Fenny smiled smugly. And what about compared to Wednesday? ... The forbidden object Carl I mentioned might be around here. It was best to avoid such a dangerous topic. In the meantime... Shut up, Pip-Boy. The curse system alarm began to speed up, meaning the Titan engine was growing stronger. Several objects that could have been hiding the forbidden object were scattered around the empty subway platform. Abandoned suitcases, broken crates, leather briefcases. The Adventists had also piled up other random clutter all over, making it clear our search won't be quick. This just feels like a labor. Adjutant, be a gentleman, help me move this box, okay? We still have to save Nina in the meantime. You know, she doesn't usually work with others. It's hard to imagine she wouldn't have been able to handle an enemy of this caliber with her skill level. Even when we get time off, she does everything by herself. No matter what I invite her to do, she just refuses. That's because everything you invite her to do is too lavish. She doesn't like that kind of thing. Really? It turned out that Fenny could be a bit slow, while Wednesday, who always seemed indifferent, was unexpectedly perceptive when it came to interpersonal relationships. Life seemingly wasn't bad at interacting with others, rather just didn't care. So what did she care about? I continued thinking as I searched. Just as I was about to check out a wooden crate in front of me. Adjutant, don't touch that crate! I suddenly noticed something strange about the crate in front of me. A red light was flashing through a gap in the wood, while a thin metal fuse was wrapped around the hinges, so it's a bomb. I was unsure if it was just my imagination, but I felt as if the flashing light on the detonator was speeding up. Ah yes, the classic ticking bomb. Adjutant, get away from... You died. I immediately tried to roll away, but it was too late. I felt a strong pressure, and my body ached as if I'd been crushed by a heavy mech. Even my bones are already crushed, I thought. I was temporarily deprived of all my senses, including my hearing and sight. Dizziness overcame me. As the dizzy sensation gradually dissipated, I saw Wednesday standing in front of me. She was using her thin, petite frame to shield me from the majority of the impact and fragments. A tinge of pain suddenly revealed itself in Wednesday's icy expression. Although the shrapnel from the explosion failed to harm her, the trace amount of tytogen they contained were eating away at her. Life! Adjutant, are you... She wasn't able to finish her sentence before she smiled helplessly yet reassuringly, then fell into the ground and lost consciousness. Wednesday, life! As I desperately called out to her, I scrambled to put on my protective gloves, administering emergency treatment for tytogen contact. Fortunately, her constitution as a manifestation prevented the tytogen from spreading any further, and she gradually regained consciousness. Wednesday always puts her own safety second when she finds herself in an unexpected situation. It's like she has a grudge against her own existence. Thank you, Adjutant. As soon as Wednesday stood up, she immediately returned to her trademark heroic stance, as if everything that just happened didn't even faze her. Why are you thanking me? You're the one who saved me. I should thank you. I'm not in a position to be thanked. There you go again. By the way, there was something off with that trap, right? Nina might have already fallen into their hands. It's natural that we'd run into trouble, and those nut jobs are totally off the rockers. But tytogen? Isn't it a precious, sacred substance to them? Why would they be using it as a trap here? I carefully checked all of the traps the Adventists had planted in the area. They were all equipped with a small amount of tytogen, just like the trap that just exploded. Maybe the Adventists didn't set these traps. What's smart, such a small amount of tytogen shouldn't be enough to trigger the core system. Sounds like you've thought this through, but instead of guessing, let's prove it. I'll put all the tytogen collected from these traps into a recycling bin, which should be temporarily isolated. Adjutant to the environmental contamination readings drop. No, the reading hasn't changed one bit. That proves the real contamination source isn't here. The plot thickens. Adjutant, we should investigate immediately. And we still need to find Mina. I said Mina. Let's still see what kind of surprises the Adventists have in store for us down below. Thanks, storage. I know it's dark storage. I just remembered you can see the magazine count on the bottom, and it is indeed 50 bullets. I was right. You know, in the radius. Taking a melee weapon into a gunfight, why would you do that? The communication terminals, joining my last communication, the squad of operatives was departed at the same time as needed to investigate the Adventists. I overpeaked, but I have a lot of health, so it's fine that I overpeaked. I don't think I can pick those up. Unless the game, like, you know, vacuums them to me. This is not included in the intel Caroline sent. Check it out.
役に立たない。補給は回収した。敵手。目標の排除を確認。
Oh, I thought that was hardcover. That's like a block of ice or something.
目標達成。指示を待つ。引き続き前進しましょう。
I wish you had less health in this game. Like, you and enemies had less health because it's really not tactical. Because you're not punished for overpeaking. You take damage, yeah, but it's not enough damage. And I haven't, remember, aside from Acacia, which I haven't pulled out, like, I haven't, like, they're like, this is like how your progression is supposed to be leveled at.
あそこにいるの。行方不明の調査隊員。早く奴らを止めるんだ。目標達成。指示を待つ。
We gotta protect this objective, I assume.
役に立たない。
Destroying device. Which G? It's that one. Okay, it's taking damage.
あんたらこの人たちに何したの？慈悲深き司教は彼らに浄化を受けるチャンスを与える。だが浄化は失敗した。こいつらは冒涜者。冒涜者に死よ。
Money. But there aren't like hidden chests because you know, haven't been searching for them. The chests so we see so far are all like pretty out in the open.
あの人が見つからない。逃げたんだ。他の人は？全てのバイタルが停止してる。ドアを開けるな。開けたら彼らの体は一瞬で消える。カロリーに連絡。
Excuse my aim earlier.
彼ら。家に。
We have 5 more enemies.
制圧射撃を始める。 目標達成。指示を待つ。キリがない。
Why does she have a melee weapon? So we have a melee weapon and we don't use it. Well, someone has to do it.
引き続き前進しましょう。
Operation Pot of Plenty unlocked. And Black Market and Peacemaker. Okay. Let's check those out. Oh, these are the weeklies and or dailies. There's a first clear reward, so let's try it. I wonder if there's like an auto completion or like a skip ticket or something, so you don't have to like manually do this mission.
直進する。
What's the enemies? Oh. This is a good practice for my tracking.
いや、必要ないでしょ。
Is there a requirement for the next stage, or can we just like do it right now? Level 16. But yeah, we did it as a progression requirement. Black market. There's an advantage, so it's the guys we saw earlier. Guys. And girls, maybe.
人形を保持。
16 enemies and 4 heals.
敵手。目標の排除を確認。予備は十分にある。敵の増加。制圧射撃を始める。 準備完了。目標達成。指示を待つ。
That's all of them.
引き続き前進しましょう。
Oh yeah, there is auto clear. Yeah, you can change the lineup. Either it controls your characters, or it just like, I assume it controls your characters. And then kind of like Arcanite's kind of clear. This is Black Market, I think. I didn't read.
行動開始。静かに。敵の増加を確認。 目標の排除を確認。役に立たない。目標の排除を確認。敵手。 エリア封鎖。火力全開。予備は十分にある。
Got hired off.
お祝い？いや、必要ないでしょう。
Could we get next stage, I wonder? Nope. Okay. Let's continue then. It was hard mode, chapter 2, file 1. So it's the end of chapter 2? It's file 1? Yep. Prayer. Prayer? I hardly even know her. I'm dumb.
保持。直進する。
Alright.
敵手。予備は十分にある。目標達成。指示を待つ。
貧しくても裕福でも等しくタイタンの恩寵を受けられる。祈ろう。そうすればタイタンは心からの祈りに応える。つなごう。力を合わせればタイタンの導きを得られる。
Bro, you have 2 little particles to be an actual threat.
これはあいつらの日常の儀式。
There's a barrier. He hasn't even hit me when I'm not even looking at him. Okay, aside from that. That hit me.
また出るだろうからよく覚えてみて。
Hey, what's up? You look so good. It's nothing. I'm fine. Next stage. Unexpected voice. Intel from a survivor. Damage beyond repair. The marionette's body slumped against the wall. Gaseous torn. Its gaseous torn chest revealed circuit boards and wiring, sparks flickering into nothingness as the power supply gave out. What's this? Some kind of human-shaped drone type thing? Well, there's nobody inside it anyway. It's a weird surprise after it's weird surprises after weird surprises with these Adventists, isn't it? Gently kicking the marionette this way, and that to get a better look at its insides, Fenny gave it a thorough inspection. This thing is equipped with some pretty advanced weaponry, you know? I could swear I've seen one of these somewhere before. Herbert Arthur, maybe? Is this something that they manufacture? I can't remember. How could they be transmitting a reliable control signal? The Tytogen levels would interfere with the signal. What could they have been using to transmit a signal like that? That's a very good question. Perhaps they weren't. Maybe it's just AI controlled. Would have to be a very well programmed set of AI routines though. Radia's Ember system would also be able to prevent interference of this caliber. Does it matter? Either way, crazy cultists are manufacturing hardware like this on their own. The Adventists are working with someone. Adjutant, call Caroline now. We need to loop her in on this. Penny was right, but I couldn't get through to Caroline. I tried boosting the signal in every way I could to try out. But nothing worked. Just shut up, Pip-Boy. New drive. Tytogen levels are too high. The interference is really bad. Your current system readings are still climbing then. They just keep going up and up. Is the Tytogen starting to be a problem for you? I'm worried about one of you getting flooded again. Don't worry about that. The levels here are no higher than the ground sections. As long as we don't touch any Tytogen deposits or run into a situation like what happened before, we'll be fine. Besides, it's not like we're going to come this far and then just walk home with our tails between our legs. She's right, the levels are within acceptable range. It won't be a problem. That's what people said in Chernobyl. Alright then, let's keep moving. We should get this over and done with, as quickly as possible. One minor issue. The tunnel forks in a whole bunch of different directions. Any idea which way we should be going? Splitting up will obviously be a tell by idea. Do we just pick a direction at random and hope we get lucky? Adjutant, I'm going to let you make this call. What do you think? I barely started considering our options when a comm signal came in. Weird, nothing was making it through before. Is this Nita? Hey Nita, can you hear me? Signal pretty bad. Can't really say. Hold on. Sure. Is that any better? This piece of junk. Where are you anyway? Heimdall Force? That's life and Fenny you got with me? With you? I'm Adjutant. That's been assigned to the Heimdall Force. What's the situation? I'm beneath difficult to nasty little. Real careful. Intelligent levels are spiking again. Burst of static kept cutting into the signal. Sounds like she's trying to warn us. A big group of well-armed hostiles up ahead. You'll need down in the keep heading down. When we reach the next part, we take the middle tunnel. Then take the elevator to go down the rest of the way. Something like that anyway. I guess Adjutant is like mentally impaired. Nice working with someone multi-talented, isn't it? You're right. Pretty great. The twinkle of an eye. Never upset to take a compliment. Nita, are you safe at the moment? Have you engaged the enemy? They're coming. The call cut out. Could have been the interference. Maybe the Adventists had found her. There's no way to know. Don't look at me. Even my acute listening skills can't comprehend complete silence. I can't hold on anymore. I'm ready to escape. I can't wait any longer. There are all possibilities. Regardless, I think she needs to be rescued as soon as possible. We know where we're going. We know what we need to do. I should give the order. We do what Nita said. Work our way down. Adoration. So more cultists, as expected.
陣形を保持直進する
Let me see, the train will be in an vulnerable state, so we gotta break it first.
目標の排除を確認予備は十分にある 制圧射撃を始める 目標達成指示を待つ役に立たない敵手
Can we jump down, bro? This complex something something I cannot read. By the way, during the Valkyrie games, Wednesday used to be worshipped like an idol. They just like making memes out of my freaked out look. They didn't actually like me.
敵の増加を確認目標の排除を確認予備は十分にあるエリア封鎖火力全開
Not you again.
目標の排除を確認目標達成指示を待つお祝いいや必要ないでしょう
Echoes. That's the thing you use to get pulls in this game.
行動開始静かに目標達成指示を待つ予備は十分にある制圧射撃を始める
Ow, ow, ow.
目標の排除を確認
That is so persistent, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't mind it following me the whole stage, it's not moving that fast. I wonder if, Nope. You do more damage? About the same. Probably faster, actually.
目標の排除を確認予備は十分にある役に立たない
Hey, how's this look? Can you hear me? Seems fine. My coordinates are here, right here. There are a lot of enemies, some of them are not easy to deal with. I'm hanging up. Same old.
お祝いいや必要ないでしょう
I guess Acacia might be faster with dealing with the shrine is because of her level. And also her damage drop off and at ranges. We'll use her more often then maybe. One shot. Two-shot.
達成完了解決次操作方法は知ってる
We're getting close to Nita. I suppose this means the operation is finding missing investigation team has coming to an end.
普通余裕
Be patient. Treasures are often hidden in the depths of the nest, I think he was trying to say. There's a bomb explosive barrel here, but I don't know why we need it. What is this? View. Vision. It may come from the invisible chasm from grains of salt of the villages. You can read all that. You can pause that. You can read that if you pause. Oh, we are gonna defend here, aren't we?
5秒あれば十分避けるな面倒 完了解決次普通余裕ゲームが変える
I guess Fenny's useful is limited.
暗く長い9つの夜は自分の傷に捧げる
She's good at certain enemies, but not so much for others. Well, unlimited stuff. Okay, why are these unvulnerable?
役に立たない
But unlimited buff for like infinite ammo and stuff. I didn't notice. I think I subconsciously noticed. I saw that Keisha had like 6 bullets in her gun, even though she shot a few times. Indestructible zone. No one is capable of everything. Okay, it's a part of life. I guess for now we use Acacia for like turrets and also Jesus Christ. I was trying to say, Keisha will use her for like the flying drones, turrets, and shrines, and maybe the Titan shrine things. What the heck is this thing? None of the others fought like this. And I'm out of bullets. Wonderful, just wonderful. Boy, come in. I'm not gonna last here on my own much longer. Anybody? Will you lot? Your signal was still cutting out. We were only getting snatches of words here and there. The sound of gunfire rang through loud and clear though. The Avengers must have found her, or at least something was shooting at her. The signal cut out again, and the car system emitted a high-pitched squeal. Intelligence levels were going through the roof. It's about the same. Without knowledge of what happened to Nita, we couldn't help feeling on the edge. Probably an issue with her comm system, you think? Isn't she always smashing into things when she's fighting? Always banging into things? Anger and frustration were finding their way onto Life's face. Clenching and unclenching her fists as she ran, she left Fenny and me falling further and further behind. Fenny looked worried. Life didn't normally let her feelings get the better of her like this. Whoa, unless she's getting flooded. Wednesday, what's got you so upset? We're moving fast enough. Every second we're racing. Chances of Nita still being alive. Didn't know you cared that much. No one is going to die because I didn't push myself. There was nothing you could have done. Not this time. Not again. That last phrase she muttered to herself was not something she meant for me to hear. In real life, occasionally reveals herself from under a layer of cold, solid ice, hidden under the nicknames Champion, Wednesday, or Odin. Let me pick up the pace without needing to show us the way. We're pretty lost down here. Place is a maze, forks on forks on forks. You can't just wing it. Adjutant, what are you thinking? You look like a light bulb disappeared above your head. Nita isn't the only one who knows her way around down here. Okay, where are you going with this? You guys, oh for God's sake. They're all bat-dung insane. You do understand that, right? You grab an Adventist and talk them into showing us the way. But he was less than thrilled with the idea, but she agreed to go with life in complete step 1 of what we were calling Operation Tour Guide. Alright, one Adventist sling just for you. The bamboozling I will leave up to you. Deliverer of Titan's secret news. Mortification in the depths awaits you. You will be broken down. Wait, we believe as you do. In our surrender, we are family. You and I, brothers before the Titan's grace. Cute. You think you can fool me? You slew their heralds. You desecrate their kingdom with your unclean footstep. Herald is how they say change nutjob, if that helps. Brother, if a herald reads it's time to you in violence, you would not defend yourself. Where's its arm in violence? The heralds offered you their benediction. You started it as violence? The gall, you bound in the full foulness of your sin, rejected absolution. There's no hope as heretics so fallen as you are. Give it up, Adjutant. There's no talking to them. Tell me, brother, how will sinners meet their chastisement? The ignorance, holy fire will burn away their sins. Then purgatory awaits them. They've never been punished by any god, burned by karmic fire, or sentenced to purgatory. The Titans, knowing all and seeing all, do they believe us heretics? You're playing word games. Your manifestations, it's not like we could have stopped you. Titans lack the strength to stop manifestations. What? No, they are all-powerful. And yet you still call us heretics. We seek their benediction. Lost sheep seeking a shepherd's guidance. Do not put us on the path. Lead us to their light. We only wish to journey down. Join our fellow seekers in the embrace of the Titans of grace. This isn't right! This isn't right! This isn't right! We're obviously heretics! Easy, Adjutant. The Adventist fell silent, his rage finally subsiding. Then an eerie smile crept across his face. The heretics, that's obvious, but I can still show you the way. I will lead you to the emissary, who can deliver their judgment. Because as I was finally accepting I was never going to be able to talk the Adventist into showing us the way, we decided to do it anyway. Nicely done, you're full of hidden talents too, apparently. Sorry if I bumped into the mic. Clicking tabs. Okay. Confuse the living daylights out of this idiot to the point where he can't tell up from down. A masterful performance. You can only lie to weak-minded people like them. Whether an all-powerful god could create a stone that can be lifted, I couldn't shake the feeling that this didn't come from my own memories. So, this is, I don't remember what this is called, but it's a philosophical debate, dilemma, where if God is omnipotent, you know, that he could supposedly do anything, then could he create something that he can't lift? If he can create a rock that he can't lift and he can't lift it, that means he's not omnipotent because he can't do something. However, if he creates a rock that cannot be lifted and he lifts the rock, then he's also not omnipotent because the rock is not meant to be lifted and yet he still lifts it. That means what spell he casted on the rock is not real. That since he's not omnipotent. That's the your daily philosophical consideration there. Please follow me. I will escort you to the emissary. The only emissary I know is Subspace Emissary. And that was the best campaign I ever had without a single word being spoken. Jesus Christ. I thought he was gonna like spawn camp me. Which way? Oh. Why is he following us? Shouldn't he be leading the way? And why are we killing the other heretics if we are, you know, with this guy? He's cowering in fear. There's a life fragment. This is not Gospel Chapter 2. Digital publications bearing the logo of Adventus something. You can read it.
冒涜者は裁かれる。タイタンを信じる者のみ救済される。
やめろ。今は案内人が必要だ。
I guess in lore,
敵手。
we're not like fighting these guys or something.
目標の排除を確認。
Holy shit.
エリア封鎖。火力全開。予備は十分にある。
He's invulnerable. Well, let's just go through him. Get objective 98%. It's already taking damage? Defend the stronghold. It's like security contests and secure the location. We're defending, we're attacking. Also, the necklace. Why is he different from all the other heretics? And he's visually distinct, but why is he distinct from like any other goon? Maybe it's highlighted to like show us he's an ally. Again, it's just protect objective again. No, I can't pick up what he dropped. That's not a good sign. There's no shrine, so I can just take pot shots at them right here. What did I destroy? Jesus Christ, his head scared me. I still don't need to pick the stuff up, it just gets vacuumed to me. Okay, let's confirm our hypothesis with those two in front of us. We're not moving. Yeah, they get vacuumed to us eventually. Obliterate. Guess we're fighting against a boss. Or we're gonna watch a cutscene. Rizingaman. We're 13, AI puppet, Woover system.
静かに。ねえ、ウェンスデー、あれは？
前にあった人形に似ているが、明らかにあれより強い。
何が死者？ふざけてんの？
予備は十分にある。
Low level boss, so you're gonna die soon. He has the same attack pattern as the guy before. He has just ricocheting my bullets all the time. Destroys hydrogen supply and he's stunned. That didn't do much damage. I can just jog and you still won't hit me. Oh, there's one more. Oh, holy frick. Yeah, thank God it didn't do much damage. Not hard at all. Prisonman. Losing him in, treasures deep underneath might bring calamity upon all. What have you wrought? No, it cannot be. This is not possible. The emissary cannot be slain. Lords, I beg for revelation. Call me into your service. Hold it. Bye. A former guy slipped free of Penny's grasp and charged toward the large contraption hanging in the center of the chamber, hurling himself into the intense hydrogen contamination below it. And nope, doesn't look like they called him to their service. On contact with hydrogen, his body just evaporated. What just happened? When a normal person is exposed to enough hydrogen, they don't undergo the manifestation process. Then their body breaks down, organic matter collapsing into subatomic particles. Simply put, our friend just went and got himself disintegrated. Won't even get to enjoy becoming one of the changed. That weird-looking thing over there is the source of all this hydrogen contamination, I assume. Looks like it's got a control platform. Adjutant, go do your thing. And they have a self-destruct mechanism we can use. We should find it first, though. Turning my attention to the control panel, I spent the next few months wrapping my head around the information I was being presented with. Whatever this thing was, it seemed to be pumping enormous quantities of hydrogen out into the tunnel system. Looking through the menus, I found a tab labeled Research Data. Tapping it brought up camera after camera's worth of CCTV footage covering the screen. Hundreds of adventurers and scavengers, each in their own little chamber. The hydrogen levels this device was exposing them to were displayed as a little counter next to their feet. Some of it had turned into changed, others have vanished entirely. So the Adventists... Well, it looks like to me this whole religious thing they had going on is a con to trick people into coming down here to get experimented on. Testing what happens when you expose people to different quantities of hydrogen. Doesn't look like there's a self-destruct mechanism. I found Nita. Look, there she is. In one corner of the screen, a camera feed was showing an unconscious Nita lying in a pool of dirty water in a cell somewhere. She was clearly still breathing. It was hard to see much, but at least she was still alive. With a little work, I extracted the location of her cell. Life and Fanny didn't take long to go find her. She'd taken a pretty heavy dose of hydrogen. We administered the treatment and were pleased to see her quickly find her way back to consciousness. Looking completely unfazed by her ordeal, clearly as tough as they said she was. So you're this guy they're calling the Adjutant then? I mean, I've been signed to work as the Adjutant, if that's what you mean. Sure thing, look at it that way if you like. Either way, you saved me just now. I won't forget it. After we get done with this, if you ever need anything, you let me know. And what about Life and me? All he did was carry you up here. Stop crying, it's not a contest or anything. Adjutant, how do we deal with this device? It looks like parts of the device were damaged in the fight. Based on my readings, hydrogen levels have already started to fall. Are you talking about that big thing over there? I heard those lunatics calling it a Brisingman before, if that helps. If something were to happen to this Brisingman of theirs, it would presumably be very difficult for them to keep going with these sick little experiments. Keeping with these sick little experiments of theirs. Watch me beat this device into a piece of crap for the junkyard. But stop, we got a call going in. Adjutant. Finally, you got through. You lost your tracking signal a while back. I was about to send out a team to come find you. Hydrogen in the air is interfering with our comm signals. Anyway, what's the situation? I gave as little report as I could, mentioning the strange robotic marionette enemy and the Brisingman device. Collins remained furrowed the entire time. Well, that's certainly more than we knew before. I'm just happy Nita's safe. Colin, how are we going to deal with the Bringsman? Oh, that's pretty easy. You don't. I'll dispatch personnel that are better equipped to handle this properly. Until then, don't even think about touching it. Did you hear what the boss just said? I think delaying action is a little risky. I understand your concerns and how dangerous this thing is, but the boss might be thinking ahead, or maybe she's trying to deal with it from the source, so... I hear you. The danger has been eliminated? I'll send someone to meet you. She got the call, clearly in a hurry. There'd be a lot for her to handle now. What did she say? She said to do nothing. Huh, now you seem surprised. Right, how should I put it? That's just how higher-ups handle things. It's not like any of us ever knows what Director T is thinking. Besides, what could possibly go wrong if we just let this giant death machine here? Haha. I mean, there shouldn't be any issues, right? If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. My eyes flick to the camera feeds. Those people slowly mutating into this change against their will. In those empty rooms that once held living people. Check my eyes. Felt the pain that needs to flow through their bodies, flow through my body. Felt my soul begin to tear apart. Is this the right thing to do? Is he gonna like let them go? Or like kill them? Till they're changed at least. Adjutant? Save as many as you can before backup arrives. Yes, I'll go with you. No helping you two, is there? Oh wait, if you think I'm not coming with, my leg's banged up, but I'll manage. Was this sympathy due to my empathic ganglia, or simply from the human propensity for empathy, an instinct that had gradually been overcome by logic and selfishness? I had no time to consider everything carefully, or rather, I didn't want to. Sometimes handling the situation before you can be mentally exhausting. Progress 6. Oh, that's what we did, right? Yep. Vow 1. Twisted dreams. Is a dream a depiction of reality, or has reality become a dream? Hey, the Adjutant. The Valkyrie game broadcast is starting. Get over here. Wednesday's competing today. I'll grab those baby sodas from the fridge. Is this Edda? I'll punch anything ready. Snacks and drinks in order. My sister and I dash over to the sofa and put on our headsets. Yeah, it's Edda. Well, I only went to grab a soda and it's over already? Let's watch the replay. This little girl at school's Wednesday. There's nothing she can't do. She's like some kind of all-powerful god. Or... something. There's no girl at school's Wednesday. No girl at all? I'm right here. Okay. You're at school's Wednesday. At school's... fine. Like, all-powerful gods exist anyway. You shouldn't say things out like that out loud. The gods can hear you and strike you down. Who do you think created Juvosis? They say that Juvosis can't be cured by anything. So whatever gods created Juvosis, then they can't fix it? I thought she was gonna turn evil in our dream or something. I woke up with jolt, soaked in sweat, heart pounding. I looked at the time. It wasn't yet time to get up. I checked the date as well. No change in my treatment, or to date. Caroline should be trustworthy, but I had to make sure that there really wasn't a problem with my treatment. Why is it loading? That was short. Sorry, but I can't let you take a break just yet, Adjutant. We need to take care of these tough fights, but don't worry, these missions don't use up presents. Hard mode. What team level is solo? Let's try. It doesn't use presents anyway. I can probably like outposition them anyway. Outbrain them. 20 minutes. Oh, and 5 waves of enemies. Okay. Let's take pot shots. Let's just AD peek. I wish it would show like a crosshair of like where the bullet would land. Because right now I have trouble AD peeking when it's third person. There's no like ADS as well. Like I can like hit shoulder fire. I whiffed. Either it whiffed or it didn't home on the enemy. No one shot that guy? Or did he just get knocked down?
面倒
Yeah, we can shoot over the top of the car, but that guy can't. So, this is a good cover. You didn't take much damage on Hellfire, so you know, it's not that hard. This is where not like where we started, but like, you know, it's pretty early on in the game in chapter 1.
秒で片付ける避けるな普通余裕
Like occasional skill also regenerates pretty quickly. Unlike
かすり傷
that guy dead? Alright, shot his backpack, I think. You guys can't reach me.
達成完了解決次10秒で片付ける面倒近づかないで
I don't know if I'm out of range or that didn't hit the turret. It's supposed to be effective on those turrets.
実戦をおろそかにしたせいか普通余裕
Good switch.
私が変わる
Can cover, please? Thank you. Oh, that broke.
!予備は十分にある。
私が救う必要がある近づかないで達成
There we go.
完了解決次
We gotta go up the lift.
待て。一時待機。
So yeah, it says it's we're under leveled. Unless there's a boss, we can handle it. I might need to use Fenny for a bit, just so I can preserve my health. There's energy, I think.
補給は
No,
開
it's,
始。
it's health. Fenny's got most of her health back. Ah, yes. Yoink! There's snipers.
私が救う必要があるの
下がって。私が変わる。予備は十分にある。目標の排除を確認。
私が救う必要があるの避けるな
Like, he's not shooting at me, so I might as well just, you know, do that. Okay, exit info. I think we just gotta clear the stage. Nope, throw that.
に出てもらおうと思ったの？ショーは続く。今変えてるわよ。私にとっては簡単よ。
I guess we can just go behind the turrets.
まだまだやれるわ。
I need to like not AD as well, AD peeking.
あんたたち
Yeah, that's the way.
目標達成。当然の結果よ。
One last area.
あら、脇役の登場ね。さあ、ちょっと気分いいって。
下がって私が変わる。予備は十分にある。目標の排除を確認。
The hard mode, it's definitely harder, but not too hard.
お祝い？いや、必要ないでしょ。
You gotta be more mindful of your positioning. And, you know, not with, but again, it's not that hard. Oh, so you can just select a weapon of our choice. Interesting. I guess we'll keep playing hard mode until you know, I can beat it. I was starting to this game and started to stop me. It was like, okay, this is actually too hard for you. You shouldn't do this. Oh baby. Oh baby.
どこ見てんのよ。
Anyone else? Nope.
私にとっては簡単よ。
Pot shots time.
避けるな。
かすり傷。普通。余裕。
Crap, there's no how to hard cover.
実戦を下ろすにしたせいか。
目標の排除を確認。
I can't see how much health this cover has. No, run, keep running, keep running.
目標の排除を確認。
There we go.
目標達成。指示を待つ。エリア封鎖。火力全開。目標の排除を確認。予備は十分にある。慌てる必要はない。敵襲。
今さら私に出てもらおうと思ったの？まだまだやれるわ。
Didn't expect those guys to sneak up behind me.
あんたたちの出番は終わりよ。今変えてるわよ。
下がって私が変わる。避けるな。
普通かすり傷。
下がって慌てる必要はない。予備は十分にある。
They shoot a lot. Takes a while to like get a gap in while they're like reloading or something.
こちらより火力が高いか。目標の排除確認。予備は十分にある。
Take cover, bro.
私が救う必要があるの。
Okay, why again? Like I don't get why I can't take cover when I'm reloading. It should be possible.
達成完了解決。
This will take Fanny out because she has the most health. And it's not unmanageable. It's just really it's just dumb stuff. Like again, I should be able to reload, like take cover while reloading, or even canceling would be fine.
もうダメなの。
Let's use her burst. I want to see what her burst is like.
忘れ去られる。
Okay, you mean to control. Okay, never mind.
この私が
I can soul them.
言ってるなんて。ふん今回は許してあげるわ。今変えてるわよ。まだまだやれるわ。あんたたちの出番は終わりよ。
Jesus Christ.
もう覚えて
Okay, we can't do it. Good. We can level up and do it, but you know, we don't have to. And the rewards. Let's see what time is it. How long did I stream? 4.5 hours. Okay, I'll do the hard mode off screen since, you know, there's no story, you know, it's just me taking gunfights. So I'll do those off screen. Perfect. Next time on Snowbreak Containment Zone, we're gonna do chapter 3, maybe chapter 4. It seems like it takes about an hour per chapter. So, you know, that should be about enough time. 119. Got that. Limited orange to weapon parts and supplies. Interesting. Yes, let's see if we can get more polls. I mean, we absolutely could spend these. Not that. Not like that. There's a store here. I feel like I shouldn't spend them yet because I don't know what currencies are for. Like, I know what they're for, but like I don't know if I should spend them on something else that's more important. Okay. With that, see you guys next time on Silver Containment Zone, which might be tomorrow. I have 2 of these weapon selection things, so you know, that'll be fun. I don't know which to pick. I usually like save them for you know, if I get duplicates because I like to hoard. So yeah, I guess we can do this weapon change. What damage type do you do? Kinetic. We do have a kinetic. Frost, electrical, frost, thermal. No. I guess kinetic is like physical damage in this game. We already have a purple, so we don't need one. Or does it change the damage type to a... No, it increases the elemental damage. Redacted. You do electric, if I recall. Chaos. Okay, do we have a chaos gun? We do. We have kinetic, so kinetic does exist as a gun. We have duplicates of this, so let's refine this. I can't lock it here, but I can lock it in the warehouse menu. These 2 are the same, so I'll do the same thing. Refine. Modify, rather. Again, I hate how they have an optic, but they don't let us use it. Like, that's such a wasted opportunity for us to get better aim. I mean, like, we probably don't need better aim. You know, like most of the games, since the game is PvE, it's easy. But I would still like to get ADS. We don't need special weapon for you. You do thermal or electrical. Sorry, my bad. Electrical. Do you have an electrical shotgun? Frost electric. We do. And then hands. Ooh, you do kinetic, I think. Yep, kinetic. Thermal, frost, electrical. Okay, so no shotgun for you yet. The ace, you are a pistol user. Kinetic damage, kinetic damage, kinetic damage. Okay, we already have a Acacia, and I like Acacia's skill. Her burst is kind of meh. It's a debuff for 6 seconds. Jesus Christ, that is short. Okay, what? You are... Pistol. Wait, elemental type are you? Thermal. I think we have one. Thermal, frost, thermal. Half torch. Interesting. Yeah, let's lock the weapons. I do this in Genshin, but you guys are seeing it now because you know, I'm starting off in the game. This is a FAMAS, interesting. Ashen Dog. This looks like a G30 series. Ender. It looks like a G30 series. Not quite sure which one specifically, but it's you know, it's a G30 series. Thermal, you are a AUG, not sure A2, like a AUG, like version 2 or 3, not quite sure. We haven't had a AR user quite yet. Did I lock it? I did. Brutish Folk, Thermal Shotgun, Flock of Birds, Frost Damage. No muck. This is I forgot its name, but I think it's what the SAS has. This one I can't tell. This looks like a lever action, but I know it's not given the maybe it is level action, I can't tell. Lever action, sorry, not level action. The wrench. Can't tell snipers apart because I don't know much about snipers. This is an MP7 with a suppressor, it looks like. Napoleon in black. Where are these different? 50 line. A vector for sure. This looks like a magnified optic. MP7, not MP7, vector, Crown Lightning. Can't tell what that is. I got everything sorted out except for the pistols and shotguns because I can't really do that right now. So yeah, next time on Snowbreak Containment Zone. Can I change my like? Yeah, I can. I want to hear this one. I don't know how she's different. She not could electric damage, or do we not have the shotgun? Or am I being dumb? Electric damage, yeah. So see you guys next time. Probably tomorrow. I'll clear the hard mode on my own. So yeah. So we're almost level 20, so we can probably do the event. I'll see if the event has a story. If there is a story, then I'll show you guys. But yeah. See you guys next time. You know, be good, be healthy. Listen to your parents. Unless they're abusers or something. Who's watching my stream for 4.5 hours and not... I don't think the Twitch drop requires 4.5 hours. I should mention, I forgot to mention, I think. If you're watching on Twitch, you can get drops on this game. Which is why a lot of people watched me yesterday. Today, not so much. Got too cocky with the video title. But yeah. That's about it. I'll change the stream name before it ends. Oops. Streams. Again. Yeah, this is better. It's less cocky. Yep. See you next time. That's the title. Bye bye. Gotta do Genshin.